Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. During the declared emergency in the City of Toronto, Committee of Adjustment virtual public hearings are being conducted by electronic means through WebEx, an online digital platform, and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. These measures are necessary to comply with physical distancing requirements and in-person attendance limitations. This will be a virtual public hearing, and participants who have registered in advance will be able to make their presentations to the committee using WebEx, an online event that is being moderated by city staff. Anyone wishing to view the hearing may do so by watching it on YouTube. Participants who have registered in advance will be connecting either by their computer, a phone or tablet app, or by telephone. All participants are automatically muted on entry. When your item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. Only the committee members will be participating by video. Any registered participants will be participating by audio only. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called on to speak. For all those who are waiting online, please ensure that you've called in with a phone number that you originally registered with. If you call in with a different number, you will not be able to speak on that item. To ensure audio clarity, I suggest that you do not use the speakerphone function on your telephones. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. My name is Alan Smithies, and I will chair today's meeting. Joining us on the panel today are Ron Hunt, Asif Khan, Paul Kidd, and Nadini Sankar Peralta. City staff are also present: Simon Lamb, Adam Wills, Chris Pereira, Emily Greco, and Alex Chu, and Kelly Reed. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning bylaw that apply to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. Anyone attending today who wants to receive a copy of the committee's decision must submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address, because Committee of Adjustment and the TLAB will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the committee's decision, it may be appealed to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the committee's decision. The hearing procedure is as follows. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant will proceed with their presentation if desired. If the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak on the item. The committee may ask questions and or take the matter into the committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, is given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5-minute limit. When addressing the committee, please state clearly your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters described in the application. The applicant or agent proceeds first and will make their presentation to the committee. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. To ensure that a revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes, the committee may decide to defer the application if it has been substantially revised. Then individuals, either in support or opposed to the application, are invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the previous speakers. This marks the end of discussion on the item. The application is then taken into committee for a decision. I'm just asked to ask, is there any committee members who have a conflict of interest they'd like to declare? None, thank you. We do have a couple of deferral requests, which we'll deal with at the beginning here. We have item number 32 SAINTFIELD Avenue. That is requesting a deferral. That has the agent, Moran Hadari. Are you there? Maran Hadari, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes,
Good
can I get
afternoon,
your
Mr.
full name and
Chairman.
address, please?
Mehran Haydari, PMP Design Group, 1090 Dunmills Road, Unit 506.
Okay, thank you, sir. Before you start, I just wanted to let you know there are a couple of staff reports on file with your application. There was a report from Urban Forestry which was recommending your application be refused due to potential removal of a privately owned honey locust tree. If it was approved, it'd be subject to conditions. There is a Transportation Services report that has no objections to you, which is dated the 7th of April. They have no objections to your application, provided the applicant adds a notation on the site plan drawing stating that all portions of existing site access driveways that are no longer required must be closed and restored with soft landscaping and full concrete curbs to the satisfaction of Transportation Services, and that the owner relocates an existing fire hydrant so that is located a minimum of 1 meter from the edge of the proposed driveway, and that at no cost to the city. There's also a deferral request from Heritage Planning because they're looking for a heritage designation. So just wanted to ask, sir, if you've had the opportunity to read those reports.
Yes, of course. And for all of those report and the request for deferral, yes, I want to have a deferral right now to make the changes to see about the trees that the private owned tree to be keep as on the drawing. So let's have a deferral request, and if it's possible, so we will go to again to the committee.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
There are
What number is it, sir?
we have-
Mr. Chair, what number is it?
I'm sorry, Mr. Khan, just a moment.
What number is it?
Oh, Mr. Khan, you didn't, I'm sorry, Mr. Khan, could you repeat that?
Sir, what number, what item number we are dealing with?
Item number 32, 32 Saintfield.
Thank you, sir.
32 Saintfield, item number 32. Sir, if you could just repeat what the reason for is for asking for the deferral?
Yeah, I want to defer the application to change, to see the possible changes on the plan to keep the tree alive because of the request for the refusal. We don't want to have the refusal, so we are deferring and changing the plan and come to the committee again.
Okay, thank you. I'll just ask, we have speakers registered for this item. I'll just ask how they feel about a deferral. I have a Richard Chin. Are you there? Richard Chin, are you there?
Yes, I am. Hello?
Yes, hello, Mr. Chin. Do you have an objections to the applicant's request for a deferral?
No, to the deferral, no.
Okay, thank you very much. Does the committee have any questions
Okay.
of the speaker? There being none, I'll go to the next person on the list. I have Anthony Bartolini. Are you there? I'm sorry, wrong. I'm sorry. We have no other speakers on item number 32. So we'll go back to the agent, Mr. Hadari. Are you there? Mr. Hadari, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on the deferral request, please? Ms. Sankar?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, I'll motion to defer this application to give the applicant a chance to work further on the application and sine die. Thank you.
Thank you. Also, someone to second that motion? Mr. Hunt seconds. All those in favor? The motion carries unanimously. Sir, your application's been deferred to the next available meeting so that you can revise your application. I also strongly suggest that you discuss your application with Heritage Planning and Urban Forestry as well. Thank you very much, sir. We'll go to
Thank
the
you.
next.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next
Bye.
recommendation is 209 Homewood Avenue, item number 24. Item number 24, 209 Homewood Avenue. I have 3 people registered to speak. The agent is a Julia Odansky. Are you there, madam? Julia Odansky, are you there?
Mr. Chair, can we try Peter, please? Peter Giordano?
And who are you, sir? Oh, I'm
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
I'm
that's
sorry,
me.
Simon. I'm sorry, Ms. Glenn.
No worries.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes. And
Mr.
can I get
Chair,
your
I'm-
name,
I'm
sir?
I'm Peter Giordano, the authorized agent with David Small Designs, 1405 Cornwall Road in Oakville.
Okay, thank you. I understand you're asking for a deferral. Can you give us the reason for that?
Absolutely. We've had ongoing conversations with our planner, and he's made some recommendations. We're in the process of meeting with our clients to make adjustments to the drawings to work with the planner's comments, and we'd like some time to make those adjustments.
Okay, thank you, sir. I note that there were a couple of reports on file with your application. There was one from Transportation Services dated the 7th of April. They had no objections to your proposed driveway width, and then there was the request from City Planning dated the 6th of April, and they were asking that your application be deferred. So that's timely. Okay, I have couple of other people registered to speak. I'll just get their feelings on a deferral. But before I do that, does the committee have any questions of the speaker? No? I'll go to the next person on the list. I have a George Duramakos. Are you there? George Duramakos?
Mr. Chair, we do not see George on the call.
Okay, I'll take him off the list. Next person on the list is a Peter Giordano. Oh, that was, okay. All right, no one else to speak, so if I could get a motion on the deferral, please. Mr. Kidd?
Mr. Chair, we are talking about 24, item 24.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Khan. Someone to second that motion?
Oh, that was not a motion.
Mr. Khan, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sir, I'm asking, with due apology, that are we still on item number 24 for deferral?
It's item number 24, 209 Homewood Avenue. They're asking for a deferral.
Okay, sir, thank you.
Okay. Do you need a minute to look that up, Mr. Khan?
Just waiting for somebody to move the motion.
Okay, all right, so if I could get a motion,
I'd like to put,
could I get a motion on the deferral? Mr. Kidd?
thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to put forward a motion to defer this application signing die to allow the applicant to work with the planning staff to revise their application.
Thank you, Mr. Kidd. Someone to second that? Ms. Sankar seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Sir, your application's been deferred to the next available meeting, so you can discuss your application with City Planning. We'll now go back to the top of our agenda. Item number 23, 46 SHAWFIELD Crescent. I have 2 people registered to speak. The agent is John Trugakos. Are you there?
I'm here. I'm John Trugakos from 46 SHAWFIELD Crescent in Toronto.
Okay, thank you, sir. Just going through your file, I know we have a one staff report on file with your application from City Planning dated the 7th of April of this year, it recommends modifying variance number 1 regarding the platform rear yard setback from 0.838 meters to 3.3 meters, and modifying variance number 3 regarding the platform encroachment from 6.16 meters to 3.7 meters. Were you going to make those changes, sir?
Ideally, we'd like to just keep it as is, but we'll be happy to cooperate and make.
No, you have to tell us, sir. Are you proposing to make those changes as recommended by planning, or are you proposing?
Yes, we will make those changes.
Okay, so if you could read out what those changes will be then. So variance number 1, what do you propose to change that to?
So the proposed deck is 0.838. We will change it to 3.3 meters. And then that's number 1. And then number 3, the proposed platform we're making from 6.16 meters to 3.7 meters.
Okay, so that's number 3 goes from 6.16, number 3, which is the proposed platform encroaches 6.16 meters into the required rear yard setback and is 0 meters from the east side lot line. You're proposing it to read, the proposed platform encroaches 3.7 meters into the required rear yard setback and is 0 meters from the east side lot line. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, sir, if you'd like to, because we have another person registered to speak, if you'd like to give us a brief presentation on what you see as the merits of your proposal.
Sure. We bought the house about 6 years ago. There was a very similar existing deck. It was in disrepair, so we had to renovate that deck. We spoke with all of the neighbors that were connected to our property to let them know what our plan was. We were told by each of the people that we spoke with that they had no problem with us going ahead. We proceeded. We assumed because that the deck was already in existence that we didn't need a permit, but obviously that was an incorrect assumption, which we apologize for. So we did repair the existing deck and we made minor modifications. We extended it a little bit towards the back, which is the primary difference, I guess, that the city also has identified there. And then we, have completed that work, and the deck's been in existence for, I guess, about 5 years here. And then now this has come to the committee. We believe the deck is consistent with the character of the neighborhood and with many other areas in the property. There are in the area, many other properties in the area. There are a number of properties that have encroachments with ancillary structures. Throughout our neighborhood, there are a number of properties that have been rebuilt in the neighborhood as well that have received far more substantial variance requests than the ones that we're looking for. So we think that it is, relatively minor what we're asking for, and it is consistent with other houses in the neighborhood. We have a number of letters of written support from many of our neighbors, and we also are requesting to keep this because my wife has a very serious disability. She has lupus, which has caused a heart condition, and she requires an assistive device to get around many times. The wheelchair allows, the deck allows her to have access with her wheelchair to the yard. Obviously, it can't, go on grass. Wouldn't be on an uneven pavement or whatever it would be. The deck is built on top of a hill. That part of the property is elevated. It is level with the back of our house, with the first floor. It goes straight out from the first floor, which again allows her access to the outside space. Of course, with COVID and she is immunocompromised, outside space has been one of the few places that she can comfortably interact with friends and family members as we go through with this. So it would really substantially negatively impact our life and my wife's mental and physical well-being if we were to have to, not have that deck there. Beyond that, I think that pretty much sums up our reasoning for this. And again, this was an existing deck, and this very consistent deck that had been there for who knows how long when we bought the property.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, sir. Mr. Terdeko, I have a very simple thing to ask. Sir, if I may draw your attention to variance number 5, where you are saying building length 8.14. What exactly is the length?
So in that case, so with the city, they didn't really give me much guidance on this. I did this kind of obviously on my own here. So the 18.14 is with the deck currently included, I guess. If we cut back the 2.5 meters the city's requesting, then I suppose that would change, but that didn't come up in discussion with the city. So I'm open to guidance on that. I'm not really clear what the procedure is for that.
Well, sir, I need from you, how much is it? Maximum you are allowed is 17 meter. So I have
So
to.
I guess if you subtract the 2.5 meters from the current deck, this is in theory no longer a variance that we're requesting.
How much is that?
The 18.14 would be minus 2.5, which is what the city has asked us to reduce the deck by. So this would then be less than 17 meters with the full property with the deck included.
So, sir, could I ask, is on variance number 5, is it written incorrectly? Should it be the proposed building length is 18.14 meters? Is that what it should be?
I guess, yes, with the deck.
So I'll just ask Mr. Lamb. Mr. Lamb, can we change this? We don't have to recirculate the.
No, we don't. We can fix that. It's 18.14.
Okay, thank you. All right. Okay, thank you.
So maybe we can see the site plan.
Thank you for
If
bringing
bring
that
the
up,
site plan,
Mr.
you might be able
Khan.
to see it.
Does the committee have any further questions of the speaker? If not, I'll go back to our application. We have one person registered to speak. Diana Avon, are you there?
Excuse me, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, I would like to ask a question.
Can you hear me?
Hello? One
Can you hear
person,
me?
please.
Alex, mute everybody. Yeah, mute everybody and Alex, and like, can you bring that down for a second? Bring the plans down for now so that we can kind of reset here. Mr. Chair can call the appropriate.
Yeah. Diana Avon, are you there?
Me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, madam. Can I get your full name and address, please?
Yes, Diana Avon. I live at 8 Shawfield Crescent. I am the immediate backyard neighbor of the people at 46 Shawfield Crescent.
Okay, if you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application.
Okay, a couple of things. There used to be 3 trees in the backyard of John Trigakos that were cut down in order to build the deck. The previous deck was built by the senior couple that lived in his house, maybe 6 months or a year before they sold the house in 2015. It was probably 4 meters shy of the lot line. His deck is now 40 centimeters shy of the lot line on the west side, and whatever he said, the 8-point-something, the 80 centimeters on the right-hand side. His lot is now, the fence is about 10 to 12 feet above my ground level because he raised his entire backyard at the back about 4 feet. So the whole thing looms above my backyard. And whereas I used to have 3 trees on his side and quite a few trees on my side, but not right behind the deck, my privacy has been radically altered. When they're on the deck, I can hear them talking because they sit at the back of the deck overlooking my spot. There's less sunshine in my backyard now with the deck, and he has his umbrella and so forth there. So the deck, I don't understand how somebody can be a professor and build something like that without doing any research and checking that the deck was illegal and then expect forgiveness for it makes it all right. Our backyard has a patio and it's about 7 or 8 meters from the fence line. Now, the problem with me, the biggest issue is that the trees were cut down, removing privacy, and it's so close to the lot line and looms over my backyard. My whole family is spending less time there, and I'm a gardener. I like to spend time in my backyard. The other issue is that the lattice provides a nice, I can see them through the lattice, and I'm sure they can see us through the lattice. I had the intention of buying a above-ground pool to put in my backyard, but with a lack of privacy, I won't be doing that. I've sent a couple of pictures in as for you to look at. One of them as it was, and one of them as it is now from my perspective. Do you have those pictures? I sent it in the letter that I sent to the committee.
We are just looking them up right now.
Thank you, Mr. Pereira. We'll put them on the screen as soon as we have them.
Okay. So anyway, my whole family does not enjoy the backyard the way we used to before the deck was built. And we were not asked about putting the placement of the deck at all. The deck was built while we were away on vacation. We were asked if it was okay to raise the level of the backyard. And as long as the trees were still there, I had no problem with it. However, given that the backyard is, the deck looms over my backyard, I'm not happy with it. I would like to have that backyard, the deck, cut back considerably. I said 3 to 5 meters. He chose 3 meters. I would like to have it at least 4 meters from the lot line.
Mr. Pereira, did we have any luck finding that material?
Emily is just bringing them up now.
Okay, thank you. Oh, there they are.
That's not the right. Okay, that's their picture, not my picture. And by the way, everybody else's deck on our block is not where they have it. Everybody else's deck is right along the side of the house, like it runs the deck, like listens on the house. Okay. Can you turn the picture so that it's
That's the best we can do, madam.
I tried planting cedar trees in order to cover up the deck, but it doesn't need enough light, so they haven't been growing very well. I also called my city councilor to find out, to get some help with this issue. You should have a rotate somewhere. There you go.
Madam, keep going, please.
Okay, the top level of that lattice fence is about 10 to 12 feet. I'm too short to measure it, so I have not been able to tell you how much higher it is than my backyard, but 10 to 12 feet is a good estimate. So my proposal was to the city, to my city councilor, was to get it cut back between 3 and 5 meters from the lot line. 4 meters would suit me quite well. 3 meters is a little bit too close.
Okay, madam, keep going.
Okay. Nobody else in the neighborhood that I've seen has a patio or a deck overlooking other people's backyards. There's one in a corner, but it is in a corner and it's lower than everybody else, so the loss of privacy is not there. Everybody else's is close to the house as the bylaws state. I don't understand getting forgiveness for breaking the bylaws like this. It could have run the length of the house and it would have provided some distance between the two patios, the deck and the patio.
Okay, thank you, madam. If you'd like to summarize, please.
Okay, in summary, we have felt a loss of privacy. We have felt a loss of sunshine. And we would like to have the deck cut back 4 meters from the lot line and some trees or something planted in between the edge of the deck and the fence. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go back to the agent. Mr. Trugakos, are you there?
Yes, I am.
You've heard the comments from Ms. Avon, if you'd like to reply.
Yes, first of all, I spoke with her husband before we did construct, her husband, Jerry. His exact words to me were, do whatever you like. When I explained it, just don't call the city on our 2 loud dogs that bark most of the day. We have not called the city on their dogs. We went ahead and he okayed us on that from the beginning. The property, the way the sun goes, it goes over the fences. It doesn't really detract from the sun. The lattice on the back is something that she asked us to put up. She stormed into our backyard a couple weeks after we had built it. We're having dinner, swearing at us. She's quite lucky we didn't press trespassing or harassment charges at that point. My 8-year-old son was there. She was dropping S-bombs and F-bombs, and my wife was there as well.
Sir, just tone it down. We don't need to hear ad hominem attacks. Just give us the facts without the emotion.
I'm just speaking back that, that we, even after those interactions, we spoke with them and she said, add the lattice to the top. We spent substantial money to modify the back of the deck to provide her more privacy. That wasn't there originally. We are agreeing with the city to cut it back 2.5 meters, which they, in their measurements, that was the original placement of the deck. Our property is naturally higher. I mean, even if you look at our house in the back, it is above their house. Where there is a hill under that deck. It's not that we just built some giant platform. We're just on top of the natural elevation and on top of that deck. So we are naturally higher, whether we had a patio there, whether we had a smaller deck there, whatever it would be in the back there, we are substantially higher than their property. We would be over top of them regardless. The deck, when we came to it, she said that it was a brand new deck. It definitely was not. It was in disrepair. The railing was falling. There were a number of issues with it. So, the properties are north-south. The sun runs east-west. I can take a picture right now. The shadow's on my side of the property with the fence. So the sun is there. Also, the comment about her trees and garden in the back. They have a giant maple tree in the backyard that shades most of their backyard, including the trees that she has, and it shades our yard as well. So in that regard, they're shading their backyard from their own trees back there, their own large tree. We've tried to accommodate her on multiple occasions on this 5 years ago. The first time when she didn't want a lattice, the second time when she did want a lattice. The authority spent considerable money doing this. In speaking with the city, we'll take it back, as we said, the 2.5 meters, so that it will be now 3.3 meters back from that property, which will be another considerable expense to us as well on this. In that regard, we're going to be above their property regardless, because there's a huge hill there in the back, and we are elevated regardless. The property is higher. We are higher than each of the neighbors, except to the neighbors as we look out the back to our left-hand side. They're a little bit higher than us because, the neighborhood's underhill. There's hills and it kind of slopes down and away from our property.
Sir, can you summarize, please?
Yeah, in summary, we've made accommodations in the past. We're happy to make the accommodations the city has suggested once again. Our property is higher. The sun goes over the top of the property line, so they get plenty of sun, and they have a tree that shades most of their backyard.
Okay.
And regardless, we would the backyard from anywhere in our backyard. We put up the privacy fence under her request to provide her with more privacy for her yard, which we did, and we don't see through to them. So.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, please note that this application's been revised. Variance number 1 has been changed. The proposed deck is 0.838 meters from the rear yard setback has been changed. The proposed deck is 3.3 meters from the rear yard setback. And variance number 3 has been changed. The proposed platform encroaches 6.16 meters into the required rear yard setback. Has been changed from 6.16 meters to 3.7 meters. And these were at the request of city planning. So if I could get a motion on the revised application, please. Ms. Sankar?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Sometimes, some of these applications are very difficult, especially when, debutantes come up and they talk about, their concerns. And I do want to acknowledge what that neighbor, had come up to speak. I want to acknowledge her concerns as well. But I want to also state that this application has gone through different variations, and now the applicant is also meeting staff's recommendations on it. Additionally, there's a letter of support from the other neighbor who, talks about things being in disrepair and needing repairs, and that, they've not seen any concerns regarding noise and privacy and other nuisances, and that they support their neighbors. So given that in line, I'm weighing sort of a balance of probabilities here. I'm in favor of this application. So I'll move forward with a motion to approve this application with the changes to variances 1 and 3 that you've already stated, Mr. Chair. And that's my motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sankar. Someone to second that motion? Mr. Hunt seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Sir, your revised application's been unanimously approved without condition. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time. Have a
Item number 25, 24 Almor Avenue. I have one person registered to speak. That is a Drew Laszlo. Are you there, sir?
Drew Laszlo, agent for the owner. Address is 3317 Young Street.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to, as going through your file, I note that there's a report from City Planning dated the 6th of April. They've indicate that they have no objections to your application, as well also no conditions. Just wanted to ask, you have 3 variances before us. It's pretty clear what you're asking for. I just wanted to ask if there's anything you'd like to tell the committee that isn't contained in the material we have before us this afternoon.
No, thank you. I believe the 3 variances, as you said, are pretty straightforward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Could I get a motion on this application, please? Ms. Sankar?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I'll motion to approve this application. As is, I do believe it meets the 4 tests. Thank you.
Thank you. Someone to second that? Mr. Khan seconds. All those in favor? The motion carries unanimously. Sir, your application's been unanimously approved without condition.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Item number 26, 37 Geraldton Crescent. I have one person registered to speak. I guess I have the owner or the agent, Aaliyah Shi, S-H-I. Are you there? Lai Shi, are you there?
Yeah. Yes, but the Hao Zheng gonna be presented on behalf of me. Hao Zheng is registered already.
Sir, are you the agent?
Yes, I'm the agent.
Okay, if you could give us your full name and address, please.
Hao, H-A-O.
Is that your address? I need your address.
31 Kenton Crescent.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm just going through your file, sir. I note that there are no staff comments or conditions on file with your application. We have no other persons registered to speak. I notice that you have the one variance before us. It's for the balcony area. It's pretty clear what you're asking for. I just wanted to ask, is there anything you'd like to tell the committee that isn't contained in the material we have before us this afternoon?
Well, can you call Hao Zheng to presentation?
You don't have to, sir. Is there anything you want to tell us that isn't contained in? We already have your file before us. We have the drawings. Is there anything more that you'd like to tell us that we don't already have?
Oh, okay. Let me talk about it. So this is an existing new built modern flat roof house. So just the front balcony area, we understand that the maximum 4 square meter allowed by zoning, but we're going to propose a 9.6 square meter, so it will be looked more neat, clean, and more comfortable for use. That's simple.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Could I get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Kidd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I feel this is a minor variance, and I'd like to put forward a motion to accept without condition.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kidd. Someone to second that? Ms. Sankar seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Sir, your application's been unanimously approved without condition. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Item number 27, 156 Woburn Avenue. I have 3 people registered to speak. The agent is, just a moment. The agent is Matthew Fratarcangeli. I'm sure I haven't pronounced that correctly. Fratarcangeli, are you there?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. My name is Matthew Fratarcangeli. I'm the authorized agent of the owner.
Okay, can I get your full name and address, please?
Yes, full name Matthew Fratarcangeli. Address is 107 Gladstone Avenue in Hamilton, Ontario. That's postal code L8M2H8.
Okay, thank you, sir. I have, going through your file, I note that there are no recommended conditions or staff comments associated with your file, but we have 2 other persons who are registered to speak. So if you'd like to make us a brief presentation on what you see as the merits of your proposal.
Yes, Mr. Chair. This is for a double car garage on a laneway in the rear yard. The maximum allowable area for accessory structures is 40 square meters. We're proposing a total of 60.73 square meters, which consists of 2 structures, a small shed which is existing, and the new garage that's proposed. Again, this is on a laneway. It's quite a common characteristic along this laneway. Almost all properties have rear yard accessory structures or garages which are accessible by the laneway. We believe this to be in character with the neighborhood and a minor variance in nature. I would defer to the committee or anyone registered to speak to answer questions.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, we'll go to the next person on the list. I have a Linda Boyle or Peter Bernstein. Are you there? Linda Boyle or Peter Bernstein?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, can I get your full name and address?
Yes, hi there. My name is Linda Boyle, and I'm the neighbor next door at 152 Woburn Avenue.
Okay, please proceed and just tell us what you think of the application.
Yeah, I just have, I'll be very brief. I just have a couple of cautions. I'm seeking an assurance that we're on a bit of a hill there. So I'm seeking an assurance that the retaining wall will not be compromised. I don't have a garage, I have a garden, and there is, a city retaining wall there. So I'm seeking assurances that that won't be compromised. The other concern that I would like to raise is that there are some mature trees in that backyard that provide a neighborhood canopy for us. A beautiful mature magnolia and many cedars. There was a gardener who lived there prior to. So I'm seeking assurances that, and I just looking at the application, obviously these trees are going to have to be cut down. So I just like to inject a cautionary note about that. Yeah, I think that's about it. We've lived at this property, my husband and I, for 30 plus years, and we enjoy it, and we just want to continue to enjoy.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go to the next person on the list. I have a Jim Loudon. Are you there? Jim Loudon.
Hi there, Jim Loudon's here. Jim Loudon at 151 Cranbrook.
Yes, could I get your full name and address? Oh, you just gave your name. If you'd like to give us what your thoughts are on this application?
Certainly. Actually, Ms. Boyle's comment on the retaining wall was a concern. I think it's city-owned. I don't know. Just to give it perspective, I live on Cranbrook, which is one street north of Woburn, so we share the laneway. And the laneway, to Matthew's point, almost everyone has a garage, and we all access the laneway with our cars regularly, and it's almost a bit of a playground for the kids. So my big concern would be that retaining wall, but I think Ms. Boyle's already mentioned that. That's the biggest concern. I had a question about the specifics of the building itself. Will it have a room above the garage? Because I've seen those start to grow, and I was just curious.
Okay, thank you, sir. The applicant will have the opportunity to address your concerns when he comes forward. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, we'll go back to Matthew. Matthew, were you there?
Hello, Mr. Chair, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You heard the comments from the previous two speakers. I mean, one about there's an issue with, they think there may be a municipal retaining wall there, and then there's the issue with trees in the rear yard.
Yes, I did hear both, and I'm ready to respond.
Yeah, if you'd like to respond.
Sure. First, I'll start with the retaining wall. We did note that as well. On the site plan drawing, there is a dimension that shows 4 feet where we propose to continue the proposed driveway over the retaining wall and slope to the laneway. This is a feature that we've seen in the laneway, and we noted it. It's actually about an 8-inch high retaining wall at that point. So it's quite low. It's almost just like a curb. We don't want to cut it. We don't want to remove it. We just want to let the driveway extend over it and slope gently to the laneway for a distance of 4 feet. The amount of slope should be pretty insignificant, probably about 2 feet at a suitable percentage for a driveway. In regards to the trees, any existing trees will be removed legally and through urban forestry approval. It is unfortunate that this canopy will be lost in some sense, but it is the owner's as of right to have a garage here and access off of the laneway.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could we get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Kidd?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I listened to the explanation from the agent, and I accept those explanations. I'd like to put forward a motion to accept the proposal without condition.
Okay, thank you. Someone to second that motion? Ms. Sankar seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Sir, your application has been unanimously approved without condition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members.
We're now on item number 28, 26 Kenton Drive. I have 2 people registered to speak. The agent is a Marin Zabzuni. Are you there?
Members, my name is Marin Zabzuni at 1140 the Queensway.
Great, thank you, sir. I just wanted to say I've gone through your file. The only condition I see from staff is from urban forestry. We do have other people registered to speak on this item, so if you'd like to give the committee a brief presentation on what you see as the merits of your proposal.
Sure. So we're proposing a two-story dwelling. It's an ample lot size there. We have actually worked very closely with city planning to reduce the variances to what you see here today. So this is the outcome of that. Planning is in support. It's a young family that's looking to build a home here. And we only have a few variances. The coverage is less than 32%. Setbacks are very common in the North York neighborhood at 1.5 meters for both sides. The main wall height is just for the parapet design detail, very minor. And the flat roof variance is more speaking to the old bylaw. If you look at the drawings, it's a mansard traditional roof, but there's a little bit of a flat portion at the very top. And that's the reason for this technical variance on the old bylaw. We actually comply with building height on the new bylaw. So these are the only variances that we have before you today. We had more before, but we work with planning to come to this, and the planning is satisfied. Let me know if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, we'll go to the next person on the list. I have Mehdi Zandifard. Are you there?
Property.
Yes. Hello, can I get your full name and address, please?
Mehdi Zandifard, 28 Kenton Drive.
Okay.
Yes, the neighbor.
Sir, if you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application.
I'm okay with the proposed minor variance.
Sir, are you there?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes,
can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. If you'd like to tell us what your thoughts are on this application.
I'm okay with the proposed minor variant and overall application and design.
You have no objection to it?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Okay, thank you. Mr. Zabzuni, I guess you heard the last person who spoke has no objections to your application, which is a good thing to hear. I'll just ask the committee, does the committee have any further questions of the speaker? Being none, if I could get a motion on this application, please. Ms. Sankar?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, this, you can tell they worked with city planning on this. It's very minor. And so for all those reasons and the support that they've received, I'm putting forward a motion to approve this application, subject to forestry.
Thank you, Ms. Sankar. Someone to second that? Mr. Khan seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Sir, your application's been unanimously approved, subject to urban forestry conditions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 29, 14 Millgate Crescent. I have 3 people registered to speak, and the agent is Ricky Papa, P-A-P-A. Are you there? Ricky
Good
Papa,
afternoon,
are
Mr.
you
Chair and
there?
Committee. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, can I get your full name and address, please?
My name is Rick Papa. I'm the owner's agent and architect. The address is 263 Adelaide Street West, Suite 350.
Okay, thank you, sir. I've got a report here from City Planning that's dated the 6th of April of this year. They're recommending deferral. They have issues with your application. And there's also some recommended conditions from urban forestry. I'm just going to ask, in light of City Planning's comments in their report of 6th of April 2022, would you like to defer your application to discuss that with planning?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to proceed with the hearing with revisions to the variances sought.
Okay, let me just get the notice up here. Okay, can you tell us what changes you're proposing?
The first revision is to item 1, maximum lot coverage,
Okay. And what's
32%
from what
from 33%,
to what?
32%.
32%, okay. Next,
Item number 2 on the list, proposed height,
okay.
10.25 meters.
That's from 11.35.
Correct.
Okay, 11.35 meters to 10.25.
Correct.
Okay, what's next?
Item number 9, bylaw 7625.
Hang on just a second. Item number 9. That's the old North York bylaw. Okay, what are you proposing to make the change to number 9?
11.65.
Okay, 12.75 meters to 11.65 meters.
Correct.
And any more changes?
That's all the changes.
Okay, if you'd like to give the committee a brief presentation on what you see as the merits of your revised proposal.
Yeah, so just to address those changes, they're to address the outstanding issues in the staff planning report, April 6th, and in response to the recent neighbor correspondence.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to note with the reduction in overall height and the resulting deletion of the rooftop mechanical room, I would like to note that all items of concern for the staff report are resolved.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any further questions? Have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go to the next person on the list. Jarmila Fiser, F-I-S-E-R. Are you there?
Good afternoon.
Yes, hello.
My name is
Can I get your full name and address, please?
Jarmila Fisher, 12 Millgate Crescent, Willowdale.
Okay, thank you. If you'd just like to give us your thoughts on this application.
Well, my thoughts are as follows. Thank you very much for letting me talk about my concerns. I also would like to say I have a family member here with me. If I get too emotional about it, please, she will take over. I live in my house for over 33 years. My northern side of the house is the house facing the south side of the projected house to be built. All my living quarters are facing the prospective house. My living room, dining room, kitchen, patio, outside door. Now the house to be built is asking for a distance of 1.2 meters from the side property, which is for someone minor variation. For me, it is major. The house is above the permitted height, 8 meters side wall. So practically and not metaphorically, I will be looking at brick wall from all my living quarters. So that's one problem. The other one is the height of the side wall, which is still 8 meters high, which will limit the light. I was referring to the reduction of light in my correspondence with Mr. Papa, and he converted it to shadows and sent me an 8-page letter how the shadow is moving on the property to be built. I am south of the house to be built. Shadow is not my problem. It's a totally redundant and really absurd comment. I am concerned about light being filtered through the slit between my house and the house to be built. The other side, the other problem is with the with the zigzag appearance of the house, which in the closest point to my property is 1.2 meters. And this is what they are asking. And the rule is 1.8. In my opinion, this is a major concern of mine, and I strongly object to this proximity because truly I will lose light. I will not see the sky. I will not see any tree or greenery. I have a view of the park. I feel like I am in New England in my house presently. And what is being built is truly tall brick wall, which is even being asked to build 60 centimeters closer, which in this setting is a lot. For me, it's not minor.
Okay, thank you, madam. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? We'll go to the next person on the list. I have Carla Wallace. Are you there? Carla Wallace, are you there?
I'm here, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. If I can get your full name and address, please.
Yes, it's Carla Wallace, and I'm at 16 Millgate Crescent.
Okay, if you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application.
So just briefly, I have the similar concerns to Dr. Fisher regarding setbacks, really. The 1.2 meters brings the house closer to me, and I guess my largest concern with respect to the setback is I have a cedar hedge that runs along the side of the house, and I'm concerned with the construction that there will be damage to my cedar hedge. That's my biggest concern. The owners have very, very nicely resolved my deck concerns. They've agreed to build a 1.8 meter privacy screen, which I'm very appreciative of. So just in support of Dr. Fisher, I have the same concerns around the setbacks being much closer to my property. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go to the back to the agent. Mr. Papa, are you there?
Mr. Chair? Yep.
Yes, you heard the comments from the previous speakers. If you'd like to reply.
I would like to go into a full presentation if allowed by the committee, please.
Well, no, you have to, if they have issues, if you'd like to reply to those issues that they raised.
So I can, with regards to the setbacks, so I do think the shadow study is an effective way to show the impacts of lighting onto a property. I have a response for the setbacks in total. Planning has noted that on irregular lots, lesser setback is acceptable. Staff has noted in the report that they have no concerns with the proposed side yard setbacks. These setbacks have increased over the original submission to comply to planning's request of 1.2 meters minimum. The average setback on the 12 Millgate property is 2.3 meters at the property line. The staggering or notches of the exterior main wall create a better opportunity for sizable planting than the minimum bylaw, as these cutouts are much wider and more generous. I note also that the setback at the rear, where Dr. Fisher is concerned, widens to 5.2 meters, substantially more than the bylaw, and where the owner of 12 Millgate has expressed concerns for daylighting. We argue that when combined, these design considerations are far more considerate than the minimum bylaw requirements and were made specifically to address Dr. Fisher's concerns.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this revised application, please? I'll just go through them again just to make sure we've got everything clear. We have variance number 1, which currently reads the proposed lot coverage is 33%, is being reduced from 33% to 32%. Variance number 2, the proposed height of the building structure is 11.35 meters, is being reduced to 10.25 meters. And variance number 9, The proposed building height is 12.75 meters under the old North York bylaw that has been reduced to 11.65 meters. So if I could get a motion on this revised application, please. Ms. Sankar?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I thank you again to the debutante for expressing their concerns. I've heard that, but I do believe that the agent here today had some merit in some of his concerns, as well as the changes that he's made to his application. So with respect to this, I'll put forward a motion to approve this application, and I will make it subject to the changes that you've already stated, Mr. Chair, so I won't go through that again, but I'll also make it subject to forestry.
Thank you, Ms. Sankar. Someone to second that? Mr. Hunt seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Sir, your application's been approved subject to urban forestry conditions.
Thank you.
We're on item number 30, 70 KIMBARK Boulevard. KIMBARK Boulevard. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7 people registered to speak. The agent is Glenn Rubinoff. Are you there, sir?
Yes, good afternoon. It's Glenn Rubinoff.
Yes, Mr. Rubinoff, I just wanted to, I've gone through your file. I note that there are a couple of staff reports. There's one from Transportation Services dated the 7th of April. They have no objections to your proposed driveway width, and there are recommended conditions from Urban Forestry. In view of the fact that we have other people who'd like to speak to this application, if you could give us a brief presentation on what you see as the merits of your proposal.
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon. So this is an application for a new home on KIMBARK, and I provided a map with some decisions on the street and in the area, just some comparables, because there are many new builds in the area, many of which have similar types of variances similar to what we've requested. I will note that 74 did go through committee and then through TLAB. And I do have a couple of sentences I wanted to read from the judge at 74 KIMBARK when he did approve this application through the next door neighbor, because it is relevant, because it has similar massing and variances. He said this, the TLAB heard nothing by way of substantive measure or analysis that compels it to find that the proposal is so out of character, so aberrant in terms of standards, so impactful as to weigh unwarranted or so detrimental to an identified attribute to suggest that one or more of the variances requested should be disallowed. The TLAB heard nothing compelling to detract from the representation and support of the professional planning evidence that the new residents can and will coexist and be compatible with the adjacent neighbors, street, and neighborhood. And I don't want to go too much more into it, but basically what I'm saying is that the reason I noticed a lack of a report by planning on this application, and I think because planning also recognizes that what we're proposing is not something out of character with redevelopment in this area. The variances that we're requesting, the lot is quite deep. It's over 185 feet, I believe 185 feet deep, 186, and it's the impacts on neighbors, especially with 74 being next door, being built at this point, which is what I just spoke about, and 72. We've also, from the map that went before you, there's several homes in the area, and there's some example. That's the one that's 76, and then a couple doors down. So I think that, in summary, I just want to say that I feel that the variances before you are characteristic of the area, of the redevelopment happening in the area. This is a good one here. This is a comparable of 74 to the right, 76 are proposed, 70 proposed, and the neighbor, just showing that we're not projecting above. In fact, we're lower. Our height variance is lower than 74, what we requested. But I mean, generally, there's a variety of characteristics in the neighborhood, different styles of homes, and I feel that this meets the four tests. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rubinoff. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Being none, I'll go to the next person on the list. I have Angela Angus. Are you there?
Yes, I am. Can
Yes,
you
hello.
hear me?
Can I get your full name and
Hello?
address, please?
Yes, it's Angela Angus, 68 KIMBARK Boulevard.
Thank you, madam. If you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application.
Yes, please. I wrote a note to myself, so if you don't mind, I'm reading it off to you, okay? Can you hear me okay?
You're a little choppy, but keep going.
Is this better? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I said I wrote this to myself, so I'm reading it off to you, okay?
It's fine, madam.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in the hearing process for this application. I am the immediate neighbor to the south of the subject property and am speaking today to convey my strong objection to this proposal. I have lived in this home since 1976. I raised my son in this home, and now my son and grandchildren visit and spend a great deal of time enjoying my home and backyard with me. Our neighborhood is made up of many unique character homes that were built in the 1950s, and for the most part have been updated or additions have added, all while staying within or mostly within the zoning bylaws and maintaining the character of the neighborhood. That is until the last couple of years when huge homes starting to be built as allowed by the City of Toronto Planning Department, Committee of Adjustment, and TLAB. I have no objection to renovation/expansion in keeping with the reasonable parameters for infill construction prescribed by city zoning bylaws and established in the official plan. However, the 9 variances in this case, meaning height, length, depth, platform heights, side yard, setback, sidewall height, first floor height, and driveway width are not a minor issue. Their cumulative impact is not consistent with the prevailing character of homes in this area and are excessive and give no consideration to the neighbors and would have a significant negative impact on my property. The proposed length of the building on the south side is 18.29 meters, equal to 60 feet. 129 meters longer than is permitted. This will result in a 2-story high monolithic wall, which is proposed to be 8.13 meters tall, a variance of 0.63 meters, and then an additional 3.66 meters from the above-grade rear deck. Minimum setback are there for a reason and should be followed. This lot is 53 feet wide. Certainly they can fit this house within the already generously zoned 4-foot setback. The proposed south side yard setback is 0.91 meters for the garage portion. This proposed structure will completely change the enjoyment and use of my backyard, patio, and pool area. I will lose all privacy on my patio as they will be looking down on my patio from the windows. This, in addition to already long building as well as a 12-foot deep rear deck that is over 10 feet above grade, allowing them to look clearly into my backyard. My backyard is my oasis. I have spent all of my summers for over 40 years enjoying the peaceful beauty and tranquility of my backyard with my friends and family. I have enjoyed the privacy, open spaces, and trees in our country in the city, neighborhood. And now, if this application is approved, I will have a huge house right next to me where the people will be looking down on me from their oversized, above-grade rear deck constantly. In summary, I respectfully submit that this application should be refused due to its many variances, which cumulatively result in a major variance. The proposed structure is too big, too high, too wide, too long, and not in character with the neighborhood. The proposal does not maintain the intent of the zoning bylaw or the official plan. The proposed variances are not minor in nature, nor are they desirable. We are starting to see sizes creep up in these new homes being built in our neighborhood, which fundamentally changes the nature of our neighborhood. And I sincerely hope that you do not approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, we'll go to the next person on the list. I have Aaliyah Duckman. Are you there? Aaliyah Duckman, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. If I could get your full name and address, please.
Sure, it's Aaliyah Duckman. I'm at 77 KIMBARK Boulevard. I live across the street from the proposed new
Okay.
build.
If you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application.
Well, Angela spoke very well. I've lived in the neighborhood since 2001 with my husband and 3 children. The neighborhood was country in the city. There have been many new builds. Many of them have been within character. Most of them have not gone to committee with this egregious amount of requests until about 5, maybe 8 years ago when they built Glenn Rubinoff showed the 2 builds. I think one was 76, 174 KIMBARK. They're huge monoliths of concrete. They both look similar and probably would echo what this new build would be. And so I look out my window and now I see huge concrete homes. These homes are not in character with the neighborhood, and I believe there are many new builds that have been built that are in character. I don't understand why the committee sits with rules, or there are rules made, if people can continue to ask to make changes to these rules. This is a massive lot. Many of the neighbor houses on the street have massive lots. It doesn't, within that lot, there are many things that can be done. I don't see why we need to ask for extra things. It puts the onus on the neighbors to fight it, and we fought all 3 of these houses. The last house we fought was completely turned down by committee, and then a few of the items were allowed, and most of those items were allowed. And this house is huge. And I request to this committee that they don't make the same mistake that past committees have made in our neighborhood. Every time a mistake is made or a variance is allowed, it just opens the door for future variances, and it becomes a domino effect, and our neighborhood will not be the same. We are a group of neighbors and we're quite close. Many people have lived there for more than 20 years. Many people have moved within the neighborhood once or twice, I myself and my family being one of them. And we maintain a close character and close community. And when these new neighbors come in, it becomes a bit of an argument because they ruin the character. The neighborhood becomes angry. And then of course, then we lose the closeness, and you walk out your door and there's people that don't speak to you. And we end up with many like that looking at a concrete jungle. I'd ask this committee to please look upon what the decision they're making. Again, they would open the door to future decisions, and then it gets bigger and bigger. And to please let us maintain the feel of our neighborhood. And I would further ask why the new neighbors would want to come in and make such requests, knowing the neighbors are so upset about it. And there are many people speaking on this on behalf, and I know many people have signed or sent in letters as well. So I request that you turn down this all of the requests here. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Go to the next person on the list. I have an Elise Hertz. Are you there? Elise Hertz.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can I get your full name and address, please?
Elise Hertz. I'm at 81 KIMBARK.
Okay, madam, if you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application, and I emphasize, please don't tell us stuff we've already heard before. Tell us something new.
Well, I've written a letter and I have to read it as it is because otherwise I'm too nervous to change it. If the technician could please put up my letter, it's dated April 11th on your file so that I can show the images when I'm speaking, I'd appreciate it. I'm here today representing many of the neighbors who live in this close-knit enclave of homes, which we affectionately refer to as Skokie. Skokie is a neighborhood which includes the streets Saguenay, Caribou, Otter, Kimbark, and Edgecombe. Our beloved neighborhood has the distinct feeling of country in the city. Those of us who live here, as well as anyone who visits, feels like they have left the city and entered the country. People who live in this area are passionate about protecting the character and rustic charm of this neighborhood, and therefore build new homes or renovate existing homes within the zoning bylaws or with minor variances to those bylaws. I'm strongly opposed to the proposed plans for 70 Kimbark, as I feel that they do not respect or reinforce the existing physical character of our neighborhood. The variances are not minor in nature, and the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaws are not maintained. Is the technician putting up my letter?
No, that's fine. If you have anything more you'd like to say.
Yeah, I'm continuing. The applicant is applying for 9 variances.
You have 5 seconds left, so I guess you should summarize.
I don't have 5 seconds left.
Well, that's what it shows on the clock there.
That's not right. The applicant is applying for 9 variances to the zoning bylaw. This lot is 16.15 meters wide and 56.77 meters deep. This is one of the largest lots in the area, and they should be able to build their dream home with very few variances. At a committee of adjustment hearing on August 3rd, 2017, the committee unanimously refused an application for 74 Kimbark, the home directly to the north, which had requested very similar variances. The committee member, Mr. Tonin, who put forth the motion to refuse that application, said that he felt that the proposal was egregious. He said that it did not fit in this neighborhood, and that when he went to the site, he saw one example of a house that was newly developed. He was referring to 76, which is too north, and that is probably a mistake to have been approved. The chairman said that he visited the site. He thought 76 Kimbark looked quite egregious. Please do not allow this to happen again to our neighborhood. When applications get approved at committee or at TLAB, they are often conditional on site plans, elevations, and plans submitted. The then applicants who are applying for variances, like this one, use those approved variances as precedent, without going into detail about the specific circumstances in which they were approved. For example, at TLAB hearing for 74 Kimbark, on January 30th, 2018, they were granted a sidewall height of 8.4 meters. However, it was approved with the side elevation submitted. You can see the picture there in front of you. On closer inspection, you can see that the sidewalls are actually 7.7 meters, and that it was just the one window there that was the 8.4. There are many other examples of this, but I don't have the time to go through them. The applicant is seeking a variance of 8.13 meters on the whole sidewall. This contributes to the overall massing of the house. The length variance sought in this application will be compared to other homes that included the rear deck. The rear deck is an addition to the length variance in this case. The height variance proposed is 10.3. The front wall is 8.63 meters. And the metal dome roof, so if you can scroll down to show the front elevation, please. The front wall is, the top of the front upstairs windows have these metal domes that reach 10.04 height. The proposed home has 3 stories of windows on the front and rear elevations, giving it an illusion of a 3-story home. This again contributes to the overall massing of the structure. This is not in keeping with the existing physical character. The first floor height is also a variance, perching the front door and first floor height higher than most of the houses on the street, again making this house appear massive compared to the neighboring homes. The applicant has requested a side yard setback for their garage. Their lot is wider than the neighbors who have been granted a 1 foot. So saying that others have been granted
Madam, can you summarize, please?
The proposal of this house shows no regard for the existing size, massing scale, or prevailing character of our community. Could you scroll down and show the other pictures, please? There are 10 letters of objection on file, plus a letter from Councillor Mike Cole. The owner of this home shows no respect for this neighborhood and has not even cut the
Okay,
grass.
thank you, madam. Your time's up. Thank you. Go to any questions of the speaker? We're on to Naomi or Clive Schwartz. Are you there? Naomi or Clive Schwartz? Naomi or Clive Schwartz?
Naomi, you are unmuted. You should be able to speak.
Naomi Schwartz?
Hello. Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Can I get your full name and address, please?
Yes. Naomi Schwartz, 71 Kimbark Boulevard.
Okay, madam.
I'm the neighbor.
Okay, if you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application, madam, and please don't repeat material we've already heard. It adds nothing to the discussion.
Yes, I will be brief. My neighbors are a devoted group of community members who are completely reflecting the thoughts and feelings of the people that have written letters and that are speaking today. This application is egregious. Nobody consulted with us in prior cases. Members have come, community members have come around and shown their drawings to the neighborhood to ask what they think. They've sought input into their proposed structures. Nothing like this has taken place. This is just an outrageous aberration, and I sincerely hope that you will give time and thought to refusing this application the way it stands. No one is opposed to a new structure, but it could surely fit in with the neighborhood, as many other homes have. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go to the next person on the list. I have Rebecca Cumming. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Can I get your full name and address, please?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, madam. If I
Yes,
could get your full name and address.
Sure. Rebecca Cumming, 78 Kimbark Boulevard, which is 3 homes north
Yes,
of the proposed
if you'd
build.
like to give us your thoughts on this application, but again, please don't repeat material we've already heard.
Yes, I'll do my best. I'm focusing on the length of the home. I do have it written down, but I will try my best. So my late husband and I bought our home in 2001 primarily because of the privacy and the green space that our property, backyard, and neighborhood provided. This unfortunately has not lasted. As has been mentioned, we now have 2 enormously large and long homes directly to the south of us, which is 76 and 74 Kimbark. So a lot of our space and privacy has already been eliminated. I'm opposed to this build primarily due to the proposed home length, which includes the building and the rear deck, and the impact it will have on the neighborhood, on the neighbors and neighborhood at large. The proposed building length exceeds the bylaw by 3.65 meters, which is 12 feet. And this is a 21% increase in the length over what the bylaw allows. And that doesn't sound minor to me. In addition, the proposed rear deck projects another 3.66 meters, which is 12 feet from the rear wall, and sits 3.16 meters high, which is 10 feet above grade. This will create privacy and overlook issues for the neighbors, especially the neighbor directly to the south, 68 Kimbark, and that was Angela who spoke earlier. In looking at the proposed length of the building, which is 20.65 meters, and the rear deck, a further 2.21 meters, this totals 22.86 meters, which is 75 feet long, of total home, which exceeds what has ever been allowed by committee in the past, including 74 and 76 Kimbark. At a committee of, and this was also brought up by Elise, but at a committee of adjustment hearing on August 3rd, 2017, they unanimously refused 74 KIMBARK. And this house, 70 KIMBARK, is even longer than 74 KIMBARK. In conclusion, I'm opposed to this plan. I truly believe that the owners, along with their architect, went to the maximum of what they thought they could get, because this tends to work in their favor. With each proposed build, the ask just gets larger and larger, and I know Leah referred to this. The length variances are not minor and 21% longer than what the bylaw allows. I also feel, again, Leah alluded to this, but I also feel it's shame we, the neighbors, have to fight to protect the bylaws that have already been established by the City of Toronto or North York. Unfortunately, the onus is on us to protect our neighborhood. Many people cannot leave work to take an afternoon to do this. My hope is that a bylaw stands for something, a hard stop. Please act within the limitations of what the City of Toronto and North York has proposed. A key objective of the official plan for the City of Toronto is that a new development respect and reinforce the general physical patterns in the neighborhood. This new house simply doesn't. Please stop this proposed excessively large build. And thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Madam. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, we'll go to the last person on the list. I have a Mark Engel. Are you there?
Mr. Chair, we can't find a Martin on the speaker list, but we do have someone by the name of M that we have unmuted.
Okay, well, let's try them. We had this Mark Engel down as a late registrant, but I guess he's not here. So who's the person we have, Mr. Pereira?
They are just signed in as the letter M.
Okay, we'll let them speak, I guess. Hello, can I get your name and address, please? No one there? Okay, we'll take. I'll take this Mark Engels off the list, and thank you, Mr. Pereira. Okay, we'll go back to Mr. Rubinoff. Are you there, sir?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Rubinoff, you've heard the previous speakers. If you'd like to reply.
Sure. I just wanted to kind of point out a couple things. There's some different measures to measure, you know, the size or density of a home, and one of them is coverage. And we do not have a variance. We're not exceeding. We're not even close to the limit of the coverage. The lot is quite deep, and if my clients are looking at it, there's no, you know, whether it goes back. And I should point out, if you look at the site plan, there's the setback. The length is taken from the front yard setback, which is in front of the home, because the adjacent home at 74 is in front and 68 is set back. So the length is actually not accurate to what the actual building length is. It's a measurement from where it's taken, which is in front of the home. So there's a lot of talk about character of the neighborhood, and you know, we did do our research, we did do our discussions, we did approach planning, who said they were not going to, they had no concerns. So I feel like we're in a place where there's a lot of people who are living in the neighborhood who feel that you know, it's, you know, things shouldn't change. And it's not like that. It's not a static neighborhood. It's a neighborhood that's developing. There are a variety of lot sizes and shapes in this neighborhood. It's not, you know, it's. I guess what my final point is that what we're proposing, in effect, is no different than what has been approved, and if I might point out again, through 74, through TLAB, they didn't find it to be out of sorts with what's going on in the neighborhood. And I stand with what we presented here today. I feel that that what's proposed is not going to destabilize the neighborhood or cause any, negative impacts beyond just the normal development that happens. I mean, an older house, number 68, of course, any home that goes up is going to have an impact. And that's just the way it is. The bylaws allow for that. There's some interest, but I will point out that a lot of the length that's being discussed here is not actually representative of the house. It's taken in front of the house, and it goes behind and touches at one point on a projection, on a small projection. So I feel like it's maybe a little misrepresented by some of the discussions. Anyways, I don't want to take up any more of your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Rubinoff. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Ms. Sankar?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. You know, I'm looking at the application, and I do know there's a lot of discussion for this neighborhood, which I do understand and I respect. However, looking at the application on its own, I mean, honestly, it does look minor except for number 7 and number 6 and 7 around the depth and the length. Now, I know you've talked a bit about how that was measured.
Yes.
In actuality, if you could just
yes, I could show you on the site plan. If they could put the site plan up, I can show you exactly.
And tell me what the actual length is and how that's comparable to other neighborhoods, the lengths within that street itself too.
So the building itself, majority of the building itself is at, let's see here. Just pull up the. So if you could zoom in, I don't know if you could zoom in there towards the front of the house. Okay, the majority of the building's at 18.29 meters. There's some projection for the bay, the round bay in front, which adds a little bit just on the one side. But you see that line there that says required front yard setback? That's where the length is taken. And if you go to the back of the house, if you can go to the back of the, slide back towards the back of the house, the length is taken, if you see that circle at the back, that's where it's taken to. So the actual house is a fair bit shorter. And if you compare it to what's next door at number 74, as you can see, I actually believe, if you zoom out a bit, show the house next door, I believe that it's maybe shorter than the house next door. I believe it's shorter than the house next door because it's just the way it's taken from the angle of the street, the way it's calculated, and because there's that small round projection at the rear, the numbers are big, but the actual, and that's why we're fine to be tied to a site plan, because that's the reality of it is it's technical in some ways.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rubinoff. Any further questions of the speaker?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Rubinoff, you were replying to the Ms. Shanker's question, and you were using the word little bit shorter. I would appreciate if you are very precise. How much little bit shorter is shorter?
Okay, I would say that our house compared to 74 is about 5 feet shorter than their house. Okay?
So what will be the actual length then?
The actual length of our house, of the proposed house here, is at 20.4 meters, 66 foot 11. But that's, like I said, that's taken back to the back of the deck. If I look at the house itself, it's at, including that rear projection, that round part, to the front round part, it's at 20.65 meters or 67 feet. But the majority of the house itself is at the 18, or sorry, let me just say here, it's at the 18.29 meters, plus the projections of the front and the rear circular elements.
My other question is, did you have any meeting with the neighborhood at all?
My client owns the property. I asked them to speak with neighbors. They did provide some letters of support. That's part of the file you have with you today. I think there's 3 letters with 76, 74, and 50. I think it's 52 Caribou Road. So they did canvass, but they after speaking with 74, there may have been some hesitation.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Does the committee have any further questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Ms. Sankar?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Sometimes conflict within neighborhoods, it's very difficult and it puts us in a very difficult position. But my job is really to look at the variances before me and make a determination whether it meets the 4 tests. And from looking at this, I'm thinking to myself, if I didn't hear a lot of the opposition, a lot of the arguments within are it's minor, it's technical in nature, and it really just the words on a paper is not exactly what is there in general. We need to look a little bit beyond that. So for that reason, I'm hearing echoing in the background, but I'm going to continue. I feel that this application, to me, particularly, and I'm not looking at precedents that were set beforehand or what TLAB decisions say. What's before me right now, I feel okay with. So I'm going to put forward a motion to approve this application, and I see that transport has no concerns. They've got letters of support, and I sure hope that at the end of this, we'll be able to get along and accept the decisions of this committee and not take it out on the person who's actually making the application. But I'll put forward a motion to approve this application, and it will be subject to forestry. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sankar. I have a motion to approve from Ms. Sankar. Someone to second that? Mr. Kidd seconds. All those in favor? Opposed? It's a tie vote, and I will support Ms. Sankar's motion, so this motion carries. Mr. Rubinoff, your application's been approved subject to urban forestry conditions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Item number 31, 377 Brookdale Avenue. I have 3 people registered to speak. The agent is Nushin Mosafari. Are you there?
Mr. Chair, we do not have a Nushin on the call, but we do have Mehdi Ajvand.
Yes, okay. Hello? Hello?
But I don't know why my name appears with my Mehdi Ajvand. Maybe because I'm using his.
Hang on, just can you back up, madam? Who are we speaking to?
Hi, this is Nushin Mozafari from Hyphen Studio. I don't know why my colleague's name appears there, maybe because I'm using his computer in the office.
Madam, she's the agent. Okay, thank you. Did I get your address?
I think the committee has already my
okay,
address.
All right, then.
It's
we have. Okay. Just before you start, madam, we have, I note that there's a couple of reports on file with your application. There's one from Urban Forestry, some recommended condition. There's a city planning report dated the 4th of April of this year. They have no objections to your application, provided that the side exterior main wall height is developed substantially in accordance with the east and west side elevation drawings attached to their report. In view of that, madam, we have 2 other speakers who'd like to address this application. So if you'd like to give the committee a brief presentation on what you see as the merits of your proposal.
Yes, sure. Mr. Chair, we have reviewed the reports and we are absolutely okay with the side elevations be tied to the committee decision. For brief presentation, I should say that this is a single family dwelling designed on a 25-footer lot. It's a very narrow lot frontage. For this lot, we are asking for side setbacks on both sides. We have 1 meter 0.7 centimeters on one side on the east side and 0.61 on the west side. Front porch and the rear deck are aligned with the building, so we have the same setback variance for the platforms. The proposed coverage is slightly over the allowed coverage, which is 35%, and we are asking for 37.5%. The soft landscaping of the front yard is also a variance, but I should mention that we are keeping basically the existing condition. The retaining wall in the front yard is existing to remain, and we have limited the proposed driveway to that existing retaining wall. And the reason for this variance is that the front yard is basically very small, although it complies with the front setback and bylaws requirements. Also, we are asking for wall height for 8.84 meter, and I should mention that this is to the top of the front and rear bay windows, and the actual wall height is 7.77 meter, which is only like 10 inches above the maximum allowed wall height, and that's why the planning is asking the side elevations to be tied. And the deck projection is also a variance, which is almost 3 foot more than the allowed. And the other two variances are total height and first floor height under the old bylaw. I should mention that the total height and height of the first floor complies with the new citywide bylaw. I think the application for this size of the house is very reasonable and meets the four test. There are many similar cases approved in the neighborhood in the same street. We at Hyphen Studio have so many approved projects in the same street, so I'm pretty confident that this application is very appropriate for this size of the lot. And that's why we are here seeking your approval.
Okay, thank you, Madam.
Thank you.
Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go to the next persons on the list. I have Roberto Di Girolamo or Janet Slavin. Are you there?
Yes, Roberto Di Girolamo is here.
Yes, thank you. Could I get your full name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Roberto Di Girolamo, and I live at 379 Brookdale Avenue with my wife, Jamie Slavin, which is to the immediate west of Lot 63.
Okay, thank you. Does the, if you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application?
Thank you. So the following is a list of concerns with the proposed building alongside what we have suggested to the owners as well as what we present today to the committee as remediation. The first set of concerns pertain to risk of water damage and inability for worker access. So the proposed setback of 0.61 meters pertaining to variances 2 and 7 will impair our ability to access our east wall in the event of repairs. Since we purchased Lot 64 in February 2021, we have had instances where contractors have expressed an inability to perform basic exterior wall inspections and repairs because the space between the two houses were so narrow. Secondly, the reduced front yard soft landscaping requirement from 75% to 57.5% pertaining to variance number 3 will also reduce the water drainage capacity and increase the risk of stormwater runoff from downspouts. In addition, Lot 63's plans include a 3.35 meter walkout from the basement on the west property line, and this could also cause a drainage issue.
Sir,
Thirdly, due to the
just to let you know, the committee doesn't deal with drainage issues. If this application is approved, the applicant would have to submit a lot grading plan that shows out that all the storm water is being managed on site. So I suggest you don't make comments about drainage because it's not within our mandate.
Fair enough. If you'll allow me to continue the presentation then.
Please.
So the third set of concerns is really with the proposed increase to the height of all side exterior main walls to 8.84 meters, variance number 5, as well as the proposed increase to the max building height to 9.53 meters, variance number 9. There is an elevated risk, in our opinion, of eaves trough spillover because the eaves troughs will be very close together. And so there was also potential damage to our roof with snow and ice spillover. The second set of concerns is really pertaining to the ventilation exhausts. So the proposed plans include 2 laundry rooms, 1 mechanical furnace room, and 2 washrooms along Lot 63's west property line. This would imply an increase in the number of exhaust vents and intake pipes being placed along the property's exterior. In addition, we have several windows that we use year-round for ventilation and airflow, and the proposed plans for Lot 63 suggest the builder is going to place multiple vents and intake and exhaust pipes, which could make the use of our windows inoperable as a source of ventilation. The last set of concerns pertain to loss of privacy and loss of natural light. The proposed length of the backyard deck is 3.35 meters from Lot 63's rear main wall. Beyond the 2.5 meter code, this pertains to variance number 8. In addition, the height of Lot 63's proposed first floor is 1.72 meters. This is beyond the 1.5 meter code, variance number 10. These 2 factors pose a large privacy concern for us. Lot 63 would have an unobstructed view of our backyard and deck alongside others in the neighborhood. So in closing, and to summarize our proposed remediation, we would suggest the west property line setback of 0.79 meters rather than the 0.61 meters requested. We would also like a privacy screen along the west side of Lot 63's rear deck and platform. As well, downspouts, we would just like the assurances from the builder that they would extend beyond the front porch hard landscaping and backyard basement walkout. And then lastly, further details and or assurances about the location of vents along Lot 63's west side exterior wall so that we know that they're not going to be placed directly across from our windows and possibly cause damage to our stucco walls. That's it for me. Thank you for the review and consideration of our variance adjustments, and happy to take any questions from the committee.
Thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? I have a Janet Slavin. Are you there? No, I think she was in the same household.
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Slavin, it's committee. Can I get your full name and address? Would you like to speak?
Yes, please. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Janet.
But if you speak, you're from the same household, so please don't repeat the material we've already heard.
Okay, I will try my best, Mr. Chair. I've written this out and I will try to overlook comments that were already mentioned at my best. Should I introduce myself?
Yes, if you could give us your name and address.
Yes, it's Janet Slavin, 56 Ridge Hill Drive. I have vested interest in this property. Dear Mr. Chair and Committee of Adjustment, thank you so much for hearing my objections, concerns. I'll be reading my submission to hopefully be more efficient within the allotted time. After discussion with Linda McCarthy from Planning Development Committee of Adjustment Ward 8, she strongly encouraged me to go to the route of the Committee of Adjustments as a neutral body who would review and consider both parties' best interest. And with her permission, I'm informing you that as different circumstances arose, she guided me to help best present today. I'm the mother, mother-in-law, and grandmother of my children who live at 379 Brookdale. I have both financial interest in this home as well as interest in my children's well-being and interest in the integrity and stability of the house. In my remarks, I'll refer to 379 Brookdale as our house. The neighbor to my immediate east is embarking on a new build for which I'm happy for them and wish them all good health and enjoyment in it. It is at this juncture where we have the ability to address issues that we have already proven problematic by adjusting some of their variance requests. In looking at the variance application in the house design, I've noted that my concerns regarding many of the variance requests would be mitigated if the Committee of Adjustment would please consider refusal of variance number 2 and number 7, west side setback. Requirement is 1.8 meter, applicant proposing 0.61 meter, and we're asking please if it can be increased to 0.79 meter, ideally 0.91 meter. Also, I asked the committee possible to recommend conditions because the properties are so close together. There are so many issues that we need to make sure we address ahead of it being a problem. To highlight, increasing the west side setback to 0.79 meter instead of the proposed 0.61 meter will mitigate difficulty to access space when repair work is needed on this side of the house for both parties. I've been told recently by home repair workers that they would require a combined space in there to allow ladders, equipment of 1.07 meter to if they had to access to repair stucco or eaves. Also, it will mitigate the likelihood of snow and ice falling onto our roof due to the variance of sidewall height proposed at 8.84 compared to the required bylaw height of 7.5. It will also mitigate the proposed variance number 3 of soft landscape at critical areas near our property, required 75% front soft landscaping versus the proposed variance of 57.5%. The area bordering our home is a concrete step and stoop and a back concrete stairwell. Please note that we contacted our neighbor to embark on discussion and concern of the considerations. We have not had any final reply, but we ask please for the following assurance and conditions. To add a privacy screen on the west side of the neighbor's deck to the elevation of that deck relative to our yard and deck. The builder to assure shoring up of our property after we apply waterproof membrane to our entire east wall, as once the new home will be built, it'll be impossible to access that. We want to prevent soil shift and possible water penetration issues during construction. To assure no exhaust from bathrooms, furnace rooms, laundry rooms will vent out of their west side wall. We're concerned about the usage of our windows on that neighboring side and as well as stucco damage. To assure all drainage from the west side downspouts will be not directed to our property and that there's sufficient soil to absorb the runout. To assure proper grading, to provide ongoing communication and information, allowing for us to discuss on items of the new build that are along their west side that
Madam,
may
can you summarize,
impact
please?
us. Yes. Our goal is to mitigate and flag in advance of our concerns with their new build that may negatively impact our home and property. We hope that coming to the COA, it does not put strain on our neighborly relationship and that they do take into consideration on the west side setback, if it can be increased slightly to 0.79 meters from their proposed. Thank you.
Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go back to the agent. Ms. Mozaffari, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Yes, you heard the comments from the previous speakers, which are basically the people next door to the west. If you'd like to respond to their concerns, please.
Yes, sure. Actually, the west neighbor, the building of this western property is quite new, and interestingly, the side setback of this building is only 10 inches. And the distance that they require for the maintenance and repair on their side is very limited on their own property. And what we are proposing is basically improvement of the existing condition. The existing setback is only 1 foot 2 inches, and we are improving it to 2 feet, which is quite generous for this size of the lot, while we have 3.5 foot setback on the other side because of the right-of-way. So if you look at the second floor plan, with this much of the setbacks on both sides, we could barely fit 2 tiny bedrooms at the front. Their width is not even 9 feet. One of them is even smaller. So for this size of the lot frontage, I think the proposed setbacks are very generous and even more than common practice in the neighborhoods. In many cases, we propose 1 foot 6 inches, and here we have 2 feet. For the height and eaves, I should mention that the eave projection is only 1 foot less than the standard to make sure that we have the minimum required distance from the property line. So we don't have any variance for the eave projection. And as I mentioned, the wall height variance is only for the front and rear bay windows. The general height of the wall is only 10 inches more than allowed, and it's because of getting the clear height in the small bedrooms on the second floor, considering the limited projection of the roofs. For the privacy and deck, our proposed deck is located on the east side, and our neighbor on the east is supporting our application, and they have submitted a written supportive letter. And having a privacy screen on the west side of the deck means that we will have a 6 foot high privacy screen in the middle of the property. So when you look out from the family room, you just see a wall in the middle of the windows. So on this side, we have more than 9 feet, almost 3 meters setback from the property line. So the deck variance, I don't think it really affects the privacy of the west neighbor. At the end, I should also mention that the planning is supporting our application, and forestry has no concern about this. There is a big tree at the in the front yard, which we are keeping, and we already have submitted our application for the forestry with the arborist report and all required documents. I don't have any further comments, and I would be happy to take any questions from the committee.
Okay, thank you, madam. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Kidd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In listening to the westerly neighbor and feet separating these properties, and I noticed in the application for the new house, they're improving that situation by an additional foot. I think I'm going to support this application, subject to the planning staff condition that the side exterior main wall height be developed substantially in accordance with the east and west side elevation drawing attached to this report, and also subject to forestry condition.
Thank you, Mr. Kidd. Someone to second that motion? Mr. Khan seconds. All those in favor? The motion carries unanimously. Madam, your application's been unanimously approved, subject to urban forestry and city planning conditions. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this would be a good time to we'll take a 10-minute break. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Committee is back in session. We're on item number 33. Item number 32 Saintfield Avenue was deferred. So we are now on item number 33, 88 Bideford Avenue. I have two people registered to speak. The agent is an Anthony Bartolini. Are you there, sir? Anthony Bartolini, are you there?
Yes, I am. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir. Can I get your full name and address, please?
Perfect. My name is Anthony Bartolini, and I live at 48 Kenton Crescent in Bradford.
Great. Thank you,
I am
sir.
representing my client. Sorry.
No, go. I just wanted to add, sir, I was going through your file. I note that there's a report from City Planning dated the 6th of April of this year. They're recommending that the applicant provide a lot grading plan to the satisfaction of Toronto Building, which you have to do anyway if you're approved, and that the applicant develop the proposal substantially in accordance with the site plan drawing, date stamped March 16th, 2022, as received by the Committee of Adjustment, attached as attachment 1 to their report. I just wanted to ask, sir, if you've had the opportunity to review that report.
Yes, I did, actually. I did.
Okay, thank you. We have
no issues with that.
Okay, thank you. We have one other person registered to speak. So if you'd like to give us a brief presentation on what you see as the merits of your proposal.
Yeah, of course. No worries. So I'm representing my clients from 88 Bideford Avenue. I'm the applicant on this file. Again, my name is Anthony Bartolini at 48 Kenton Crescent. And I am proposing, or we are proposing on this application, to get a reduction in the total rear yard landscaping area. So the requirement is 50% and we are proposing 37%. We've spoken with development planning and have been able to implement low impact development methods to kind of counteract any excess watershed that would have been accounting for the extra hardscaping on the project. And then we are also going for, and this one is more related to the structure on the project, a reduction or an actual increase in lot coverage. So the maximum is 30% and we are proposing 34%.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, if there's any further questions, I'm more than welcome to answer.
Okay, thank you. I'll just ask the committee. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go to the next person on the list. I have a Faye Huppert, a Bixer. I'm sure I've spelt that wrong. Abikzir. Are you there?
Abixir. Yes, I am. I'm here.
Yes. Can I get your full name and address, please?
Yes, I'm Faye Huppert Abixir. I live at 15 Crookton Road. I'm the backyard neighbor to 88 Bideford.
Okay, if you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application.
Yes, I've submitted a letter to the committee, if it's possible to post that, so I could describe what the issue is.
You could start speaking and we'll pull up the letter.
You can keep speaking, madam. Please go ahead. We'll find it.
Okay. We share a boundary tree. Unfortunately, they decided to cut it down one day. And as we sat in our backyard, we advised them that we didn't want the tree cut down. It's a beautiful 80-foot tree that impacts our property substantially. I met with them subsequently. I offered them some solutions as a design professional of how they could move forward because they didn't want to lose the tree. What their aim is to put in a pool and a cabana. So at any rate, we had a discussion. I offered some solutions and they submitted this plan that you can see below showing the tree in place. The only concern with this is that there's a washroom in the cabana which would necessitate excavation of 4 feet down and obviously damage the root system. But what is very distressful is that this is not the plan. This is the plan submitted to Tree Protection Division. but this is not the plan before the committee now. The plan before the committee shows no tree there. And as I've made the owner aware, we share that boundary tree and they have no right to cut it down without my approval. It's subject to fines and imprisonment by the Forestry Act. So I don't see how you can approve this plan considering those facts.
Well, Madam, we don't have any comments from Urban Forestry on this, so I can only assume that the issue, that the tree is not an issue to them. I can't.
Regardless,
I will ask the applicant when he comes back for his thoughts on it, but it sounds to me that from what I could read from the arborist report, the tree was in poor condition. It was removed. There was a hazard.
No, the tree hasn't been removed.
Oh, it hasn't been removed, but it's according to the report, it's in poor condition. But we can ask we can ask.
First of all, they had no right to issue a permit without my approval. When the applicant went to get a tree removal permit, they did.
We'll ask the applicant when he comes back. Okay. Do you have anything relating specifically to the variances?
Yes, I don't see how you can approve these variances when that plan cannot move forward.
Okay, well, we'll ask the applicant when he comes back. Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, we'll go back to the agent. Are you there, sir?
Hi there.
Yes, Mr.
Thanks for giving me the opportunity to respond to the comments.
Yes, thank you. Please proceed.
Clearly, I'm aware that the tree is of concern to the neighbor. We were actually at some point issued a permit to remove the tree. And then I guess some issue in terms of whether or not it was a boundary tree kind of arose at some point, which, in my eyes, with any effect to these variances, I don't see how the tree has any relation personally. But I mean, we're willing, if Urban Forestry does, come up with any comments in the future or anything, we are obviously willing to abide by what is required at that point. So, it's not that we're not willing to work with the client, but I mean, at this point, I think the variances have no relation to the tree.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Kidd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Certainly in this application, the tree does seem to be a concern. Although I don't see it as a bylaw concern. I think it's more of a legal issue, whether it's a boundary tree or not. So I think the neighbor might want to speak to a lawyer, but I don't think it's something that as a committee of adjustment we can really address. I'd like to put forward a motion to accept the application subject to the planning staff condition that the applicant provide a lot grading plan, and also that the proposal be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan drawing, date stamped March 16th, and received by the Committee of Adjustment and attached to the planning staff report.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kidd. We have a motion from Mr. Kidd on item number 33, 88 Bideford Avenue. He's making a motion to approve the application subject to city planning. So someone does second that. Ms. Sankar seconds. All those in favor? Opposed? Mr. Hunt dissenting. That motion carries. Sir, your application is approved subject to city planning conditions. We are now on item number 34, 53 Donegal Drive. I have one person registered to speak. It's Thomas Flannery. Are you there, sir?
Hi, Mr. Chair. It's Thomas Flannery, 192 Airdrie Road.
Yes, thank you. Could I get your name and address, please? Oh, you did give it? I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair, it's Thomas Flannery.
Okay, thank you. I have you have two variances before us. I note, I'm going through your file. I note that one of them relates to having no parking spaces for the property. I note that there's a report on file from Transportation Services dated the 7th of April. They have no objections to front yard parking, provided the applicant obtains a front yard parking license. I just wanted to ask, sir, if you had the opportunity to read that report.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I've read the report, and we will apply for a front yard parking.
Okay, thank you. And I just had one other, it's pretty clear what you're asking for in the variances we have before us, but I did notice that you were asking for a floor space index of 0.67, whereas 0.6 times the area of the lot is required under the bylaw. Could you just elaborate a bit on your justification for that?
Certainly, Mr. Chair. So we're wishing to put an addition on the rear of the property and go to 35% lot coverage. When you go to 35% lot coverage on a two-story building, you get a 70% FSI. By speaking with the zoning examiner, we adjusted the FSI to remove the voids, the stairway openings, and reduce the FSI from 0.7 to 0.67. The addition is in fitting with the rest of the neighborhood and remains a single-family home, keeps with the official plan. We're asking for approval to increase the FSI from 0.6 to 0.67.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sir, I would like to know, is it a semi-detached house?
That is correct. It is a semi-detached house.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any further questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I find variance number 1, floor space index, high for a semi-detached house. And also the parking, although it has been okayed, but needs one, and they are providing none. So I would move that this application be refused.
We have a motion from Mr. Khan to refuse the application, and can I get someone to second that motion? I have no one to second that motion. That motion loses. Can I get another motion? Ms. Sankar?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. I mean, I do rely on transport as an expert to guide, and they don't seem to have any objections. For that reason, I'll put forward a motion to approve this application as is.
Thank you, Ms. Sankar. Someone to second that motion? Mr. Hunt seconds. All those in favor? Opposed? Mr. Khan dissenting. That motion carries. Sir, your application's been approved, subject to Transportation Services condition.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Item number 35, 11 Shelford Road. I have 4 people registered to speak. The agent is Glenn Rubinoff. Are you there, sir?
Yeah, still here. Still
Yes,
kicking.
can I, again, just your full name and address, Mr. Rubinoff?
Yes. Yes, it's Glenn Rubinoff, Rubinoff Design Group, 18 Gloucester Lane, Toronto, Ontario.
Okay, thank you, sir. I note there's a city planning report on file to your application dated the 7th of April. They're recommending that you reduce variance number 9 regarding the side exterior main wall height from 8.67 meters to 8.40 meters or less. And they're saying if the revised application is approved, staff recommends developing the rear yard setback and building length substantially in accordance with the site plan drawing attached to their report. I just wanted to ask, sir, did you want to reduce variance number 9 from 8.67 meters to 8.40 meters?
I do want to reduce it, but not exactly to that, because we looked at the plans specifically and we modified it down, but not quite to that. We reduced it So I could go through that with you right now.
Yes, if you'd like to. Is that the only change you're
Well, first-
proposing?
No, I actually have another change as well.
Okay,
First of all,
let's go through them, Mr. Rubinoff. Start at the
Yes.
beginning.
okay. So variance number 2, the lot coverage, I'm reducing that down to 31.6%.
Hang on just a moment. To how much?
31.6%.
31.6. So the lot coverage will be reduced from 32.54% to 31.6. Okay.
Yes. The way that we're achieving that is number 7. We have side yard setbacks of 1.52 on the one side, on the east side, and 1.22 on the west side. We're eliminating that variance, number 7. We're going to
7 is
comply with the
deleted?
side yards. Yes, and as a result of narrowing the house, that brought the coverage down.
Okay. 7 is deleted. Anything else?
And number 9, to reduce it to 8.52 meters.
Okay. So
We
the
looked at the plan.
exterior main wall height.
Yeah.
Originally 8.67 meters, and you're reducing it down to how much?
8.52.
8.52 from 8.67. Okay, is that the extent of the changes, sir?
Yes, yes, it is.
Okay, if you'd like to give us a brief presentation on what you see as the merits of your revised application.
Yes, I would. If I could ask the staff to show the site plan, the one dated April 6th, the one more submitted. This was one provided to the committee staff because of the reduction of the increase of the side yards to comply. But it is something that it's important to know that the lot is an irregular lot. And there's a rear yard setback variance, which I know there's some concern about, but it's actually a touch point. So if you zoom in, you'll see, I mean, the lot is almost I don't know if I'd say a diamond shape, but it's got shape to it. And the way in which length is calculated, the way in which rear yard setback is calculated, it touches on the point at the back on the left-hand side. If you zoom in, I should also point out, if you move the side back a little bit, sorry, the other way, towards the back. Yeah, the back corner, you see next to the circle with the big circle, there's the back left-hand side is the touch point for the rear yard setback. But as you can see, the house is tilted in a way that the backyard actually gets quite a bit bigger on the one side versus the other side. So it's really a touch point. It's not the in any way representing what the backyard is. The other point I wanted to bring up is now this is not the latest site plan. This is the one showing the old side yard setbacks. There is a more current one separately submitted. So you'd have to go into, sorry about that. The other point, as a result of the reduction of the side yard or increase of the side yards, we reduced the coverage down. This is not something that staff recommended, but this is something that we heard from neighbors that they were concerned about that. So my client directed me to eliminate the side yard setbacks, and that's what we did. We feel the other thing. There's another drawing in here in the evidence. There's an area map as well, which if you could refer to that. Right next door, there's a modern home that was built. They had there was some concern about the overall height. But we're asking 10.3 meters for the home, and the one next door was approved at 10.5 meters. I know they're probably going to speak on their on their behalf, but I just wanted to point out we have an area map with several. There's a lot of development actually on Chelford. There's about, I think, 8 houses that have been redeveloped at Chelford and on Larkfield. what we're proposing is within what we've seen redeveloped in the area. But I think the biggest point about this development that's next door is that it's an irregular lot and we're trying to work it. The other thing I will point out is that there's several trees around the property and we've managed to preserve them all. We haven't had to remove any of the trees. We've done our very best to protect them all. And that's part of the reason for the orientation of the house on the property. And these are just some of the homes in the area, just to give you an idea of the redevelopment that's taken place. We did provide, there's 4 support letters in the file on Shelford. 4 people on Shelford had submitted letters. I know there are several letters in opposition as well. They'll certainly have a chance to speak, but I did want to just address the point that, again, when we deal with the variances related to building depth and building length, you've had to look at the actual plan, because this house is at 17.27 meters, not 19.32 or 19.8 meters. It's just the way in which it's measured from the angled lot, okay? And I think that's really one of the points I wanted to make, and I'll address whatever issues brought up from the other speakers.
Thank you, Mr. Rubinoff. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Being none, I'll go to the next person on the list. I have a Liliana Zdravkovic or Andre Zdravkovic. Yes. Are you there?
Yes, we are.
Yes, can I get your full name and address, please?
My name is Liliana Zdravkovic, and I'm owner, together with my husband, 9 Chelford Road.
Okay, thank you.
It's a modern building that Mr. Rubinoff had as a explanation, as a exam.
Okay, thank you. If you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application.
Yes, I'm very pleased that Mr. Rubinoff did rid of number 7, and it was my main concern. The other concern, actually, I have to tell that Mr. Rubinoff and the owner of 7 Chelford Road never spoke to us, never approached, never talked to us. So we didn't know what kind of building or dwelling would be there. I also do not agree with the coverage. So I would stick with 30% to reduce either back or in the front. Also, I think this is it, pretty much. Yes, our house is a flat roof house, so this is our maximum, and Mr. Rubinoff would have a regular roof, as I think. It's not a modern house, as I suppose, so it will be higher than our house.
Okay, thank you, madam. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? We'll go to the next.
Okay, can you unmute my husband if it's possible?
Well, is he going to say is he going to say something that's different than what you're saying?
This is what you have to ask him.
Okay, well, if he's there. Hello, sir, are you there?
My name is Andrej Zdravkovic from 9 Chelford. First of all, thank you.
If you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application, and please don't repeat the material that your wife has just said.
Thank you. First of all, thank you, Mr. Rubinoff, for considering the side yard setbacks. That's very important, and I think that's done very well. The only comment that I have is related to the height of the building. Obviously, the committee clerks have reviewed that, and they still would like the building to be a little bit lower than it is proposed, even in the revised proposal. The way I'm looking at it, there are 2 variances related to that. So variance 9 is the exterior main walls. That's considerably higher. Right now, I understand it's a little bit less than it was proposed, but not within the suggestions of the city. And then the variance 12 is requesting very significant height of the building, 2.5 meters above the allowed height. That is very, very significant. And Mr. Rubinov did make a point in the variances approved for our house with a flat roof. The actual variance requested there was less than a meter, and that was approved. So I would be quite happy with a reasonable variance. Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, we'll move on to the next person on the list. I have Marilyn Finney. Are you there?
There's no Marilyn that's appearing on the attendees list, but however, I'll unmute someone that's going by M on the attendees list if it is Marilyn.
There's someone after that, a Medhat Youssef. Is that the person?
Why don't we just let them speak and they'll identify themselves?
Okay.
Unmute them and they'll identify themselves.
Well, let's try that person. See who it is.
M, could you are unmuted?
Hello? Hello? Okay. Okay, we have no Marilyn Finney, so we'll take her off the list. That person is not there. I have a Medhat Youssef. Is Mr. Youssef, are you there?
Yes, I'm speaking.
Yes, can I get your full name and address, please?
Yes, it's Medhat Youssef, and the address is 15 Shelford Road. We're the adjacent homeowner.
Okay, if you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application.
Sure. So I concur a lot with my other neighbors who spoke very strongly about number 9, which is the side exterior main wall height. And quite frankly, we don't agree with the concession of Mr. Rubinoff, which bring it down to 8.5 meters. We think it should be 7.5. And also when it comes to the height of the building, 2.57 meters above is excessive. And I'm going to go through 3 main submissions, which outline our reasons as to why we think that all of this, these cumulative effects of these variances are not minor. So that's the first point I want to make. The second point is that I think the variances are detrimental to our neighborhood fabric. And number 3, we think that this application is not out of necessity, and that there's frankly no real reason that I'm aware of that the property owners here cannot meet the bylaw requirements. So firstly, we have a lot of variances here, and cumulatively, and we've provided in our comments some tribunal decisions from the Ontario Land Tribunal that have shed some light on these topics, and you can consider the cumulative effects of all these variances. They're quite significant once they add up, and we take the position that once they're all put together, it turns from something minor to something major. And specifically when it comes to number 9 and number 12, we think those are the ones that are kind of the cherry on top that put it to something that's excessive. So like first, the cumulative impact is not minor. Second, we live in one of the few neighborhoods in Toronto where there is still ample land and ample space between properties. This is one of the few neighborhoods left in the area where this type of room between properties exists, and we want it to stay like that. What 11 Shelford is proposing, they're trying to eliminate that space, and we take the position that this is, in some respect, a precedent for what's soon to come. Something you guys must understand is that the homeowner here, he isn't going to live here. He owns many properties in the area. He quite frankly flips houses and he develops them to make a profit. So his interest here is to build a house as big as possible to capitalize on his investment. And I've provided a 2022 Ontario Land Tribunal decision that makes it clear that variances will not be seen as minor when they're inconsistent with the fabric of the neighborhood. So we think that overall the neighborhood, the fabric of our neighborhood should place a lot of weight into whether these variances should be granted. And third and lastly, we think that I'm not aware as to why these variances are necessary. the variances are being sought once again to capitalize on an investment. And I never understood Mr. Rubinoff's points about when he showed the map. The map is not the most recent one. And I'm concerned because he also mentioned that he hasn't had to cut any trees. We've seen the property owner of 11 Shelford out cutting the trees on the front of the lawn for several days. So that's not true. And we think that there should be some kind of evidence as to why these variances are needed. And I provided a tribunal decision where it states a variance is a special privilege and the board needs to be conclusively shown why the bylaw requirements cannot be met. And we take the position that 11 Shelford should show why they cannot be met, and they have not done so. That's it for us.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go back to Mr. Rubinoff. Are you there, sir? Mr. Rubinoff?
Yes, sorry, I was muted.
No, that's fine. Can you just give us your thoughts on these, your response to these previous speakers?
Yeah, yes, of course. So there's a if we go back to the site plan, that would probably be the most ideal to the latest site plan to illustrate what the impacts are, because I think that's what variances are all about. They're about impacts on adjacent neighbors. We have on the left-hand side, we have the driveway coming in between two established trees, leading to a garage, and that garage is it's basically the length of a garage, that piece there. So you can see if in front of that garage, we're about 23 feet from the property line, and behind that garage, we're at 20 feet and moving further away. So the impacts on number 15, in my opinion, are negligible, especially considering that we've only got the length of a garage for that portion that he's concerned about with the wall height. And I'm sorry, but we are, I can't speak to some allegations he's made, but I will say that we have preserved trees, we have an arborist, and we've made sure to design around to protect them as much as we can. The other thing is the lot is not a standard lot, so it's not measured in the same way. And in fact, number 9, Chelford, if you can see the shape of the house on the right-hand side there, it's got some similar elements to it. It's a curve of the road and trying to follow the same kind of elements of it. We have an elevation view comparable showing the proposed house with the house at number 9, and on that elevation view, it shows that it's a flat roof house that they have next door. Their wall heights are at the same height as what we're proposing. We're not proposing to be above them in any way, but at the time that they perhaps went to the committee, it may have been under the old bylaw where there was a different standard. At the time, they got approval for 10.5, where probably 9 meters was the standard at the time. The new bylaw came out, and I know the new bylaw is also editing the wall height bylaw as part of the revisions to the upcoming revisions to the zoning bylaw. In any event, I don't feel that the wall height is going to have any significant impact to either neighbor because of the way in which the house is shaped and the way in which it kind of moves away, especially moving away from number 15. Some of the variances are generated by the shape of the lot and the way in which length is calculated, the way in which rear yard is calculated, and us trying to work, like I said, work within the parameters of trying to develop a property where one lot line curves off to on an angle and the other one's straight, and trying to develop a house that fits in with that lot. And I feel that we have done that. The reduction in the lot coverage, the elimination of the side yard variances, and the reduction of height, again, as much as we can within the plan, I think do balance balance out and bring it more in keeping.
Okay,
So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rubinoff. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Just before thank you for that pause there, because this application has been revised, so just to make sure we've got that clear. Item number 2, the proposed lot coverage has been reduced from 32.54% to 31.6%. Variance number 7, the required side yard setback has been deleted. Variance number 9, which is the proposed height of the exterior main walls facing a side lot line, is 8.67 meters, has been reduced to 8.52 meters. So it's a motion on the revised application. Mr. Hunt?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Given what I have heard on this and the cooperation of reducing variance 2, 7, and 9, I would move to approve this application.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Someone to second that? Ms. Sankar seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously, sir. Mr. Rubinoff, your revised application has been unanimously approved, subject to city planning conditions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Item number 36, 160 Teddington Park Avenue. I have 6 people registered to speak. The agent is Max Tarokvi or Bree Neal. Are one of those people there to speak, please?
Hi, Mr. Chair. It's Max Torkve, 55 Scholar. I believe Wayne Swadron, the architect, will be speaking as the agent.
Okay, thank you. Before we go here, just going through your file, I note there are some comments. There is a TRCA report, Toronto Region Conservation Authority report of the 24th of March of this year. They have no objections to your application. Transportation Services report of the 7th of April has no objections to the proposed driveway width. There is a report from City Planning recommending, it's dated 7th of April, recommending reducing variance number 1 regarding the front yard setback from 10.5 meters to 12.5, pardon me, regarding the front yard setback from 10.5 meters to 12.5 meters, and reduce variance number 8 regarding the floor space index from 0.543 to 0.522 times the lot area. And if the revised application is approved, staff is recommending that the front yard setback be developed substantially in accordance with the modified site plan drawing attached to their report. The east and west side yard setbacks are developed substantially in accordance with the modified site plan drawing attached to their report, and the side exterior main wall heights are developed substantially in accordance with the east and west side elevation drawings attached to their report. I just wanted to ask, sir, if you've had and there is also a report from Urban Forestry, which is recommending your application be refused due to the required removal of 1 horse chestnut and 2 Norway spruce trees. And if we do approve your application, it's subject to conditions. I just wanted to ask if you've read all those reports.
Yes, this is Wayne Swadron here. I am the agent of the owners, and we have read all the reports. Thank you.
Okay, now I wanted to ask, there are these changes to variances number 1 and 8, and I wanted to ask if you were proposing to make those changes.
Yeah, so we have confirmed that we are making all of those changes, and we have submitted to the committee revised drawings reflecting all of those changes, including site plan, building plans, and building elevations.
Okay, sir, can you just go through the notice and just tell us which ones you're changing and what that change will be? So you can read it into the.
Yeah, so variance 1 related to the front yard setback. The proposed front yard setback is changing from 10.5 meters to 12.5 meters.
Okay, thank you.
Item 2, the required minimum side yard setback is 7.5 meters.
Hang on. No, sir, it's from the proposed side yard setback is 1.8.
Yeah, so the proposed side yard setback is 1.8 meters, is changing to 2.71 meters.
Okay, hang on just a second. It's changing to 2.71.
That's right.
Okay. Next.
Item 3, the proposed side yard setback is changing to, as well, 2.71 meters.
Okay, thank you. Any more?
And item number 8, the proposed floor space index is changing from 0.543 times to 0.522 times.
Okay, thank you, sir. Is there any more changes?
No.
Okay, thank you. If you could give the committee a brief presentation on what you see as the merits of your revised application.
Certainly. So the application is proposing the demolition of an existing one-story dwelling that has existed on the property for approximately 60 years. It's been in the family of the applicant for the owners for decades. It's a one-story dwelling that's sandwiched between two very, very large mansion-type dwellings, iconic homes in the city. The proposal is looking to proposes a design of a 2-story home, not 2.5-story as the neighbors are. And it displays the same typology of the homes in this block of Teddington Park Avenue, where the garages are set in front of the main front walls of the house. That is the case for all the homes on this part of the street, 98, 120, 150, the existing house at 160, and number 174. These are all adjacent homes, but the numbers suggest otherwise, but they are all right beside each other. The variances that are requested in this application are consistent with variances that have been approved by this committee as recently as last year and going back over the past 10 years. We've spoken about the front yard variance as being a item that we're looking to increase. In other words, the setback be increased. And that is consistent with what's happening along the street. You can see that in the aerial photograph in front of you. The variance reflects only a very small portion of the building that is being proposed. In other words, the side of a garage, one-story structure with a sloped roof. The main wall of the house is set back 24 plus meters and is in line with the main wall of the adjacent homes at number 150 and 174. So this is a very similar typology of buildings. You can see the front elevation superimposing the garage, which is the low structure with the sloped roof on the right, and the main wall of the house, which is set significantly back in line with the other homes on the street. The other variances, and I will point out that number 180 is 2 houses down. The committee approved a variance which allowed a portion of the house, not a garage, in fact, to be situated 6 meters from the front property line, whereas we're proposing 12.5. So there is being quite a bit of undulation on this front street line on Teddington Park Avenue. We have conformed with the planning department's request, both in terms of front yard setback and side yard setbacks. And we're proposing that the portion of the house that extends beyond 21 meters be set back on the line of the existing house, which is a considerable setback of 9 feet per side. There is a variance related to the side wall height, and you can see in the diagram on screen that the majority of the side walls sit at 7.5 meters. There is a very small element that is an architectural corbel, which extends up to 8.5 meters. This is actually facing the rear yard. There's a similar one in the front yard. But the spirit of the bylaw, 7.5 meters, is being rigorously upheld, save and except for that small corbel. The FSI variance at 0.522 is consistent with approvals of much larger variances in the immediate neighborhood. Notably, on June 18th, 177 was granted 55% coverage. And there have been others, 183 at 54%, 91 at 54%, and 50 Teddington at 54%. Others in the neighborhood have extended far beyond. So we feel that at 0.522, we're very much within what has been approved and which is appropriate for the neighborhood.
Sir, can you summarize, please?
Well, in summary, we feel that we have more than satisfied the 4 tests. The proposal is appropriate. It's consistent with the neighborhood. The general intent of the bylaw is maintained. The official plan is maintained. And yes, the variances singularly and combined are minor.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is about variance number 2, which has been modified. Sir, would you please advise me that raising 2.71 will have any effect from the letter of the forestry division that they have a concern of removal of the 3 trees?
Well, we always try to keep the trees. And in fact, even if we've applied for removal as part of the pre-application for committee, we'll still put in every effort to save the tree. This 2.71 meter setback is not aligned with that tree. That is happening closer to the front of the property where our application is not in variance. So in other words, the side yard setback at that portion of the house is permitted to be 1.8 meters. And we are 1.8 meters. The tree is beyond that. Again, we will try to save that tree. We're required to state that we will be requesting to remove it to satisfy the requirements of the submission.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Does the committee have any further questions of the speaker? Pardon me. Any further questions of the speaker? There being none, we'll go to the next person on the list. I have a Boris Kogut. Are you there? Boris Kogut, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Can I get your full name and address, please?
My name is Boris Kogut, and I live at 179 Teddington Park Avenue.
Okay, if you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application.
Thank you. I live at 2 houses across the street from 160 Teddington. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak this afternoon. We've owned our property for almost 7 years, and we submitted a letter of objection to this committee after reviewing the proposed plans and building variances being requested. Fundamentally, the issue that we're dealing with here is that the size of the proposed house is too big for the lot, and as a result requires several setback variances and excessive FSI variance, to which I and my fellow neighbors object. The block of 160 Teddington, the block of Teddington where 160 is situated, is different from the rest of our neighborhood. This is a dead-end enclave. Many of our largest lots are in our neighborhood are located on this block, with houses on the north side, like 160, backing onto the golf course ravine. My wife and I waited for a long time until a house fit for demolition came up for sale on this block. we bought our generous sized lot, similar in size to the 160, and built our new house in which we currently live in. Before we started our project, we took the time to become familiar with the zoning bylaws, met with our neighbors, as well as the Teddington Ratepayers Association to understand their concerns. And we modified our plans several times to address feedback we received. When our revised plans were submitted to the Committee of Adjustment for approval, we only needed a handful of minor variances and ultimately had 6 letters of support from our neighbors, including our immediate neighbors, and no objections. Our design on a similar size lot as 160 resulted in a very generous 6,000 square foot house, almost 10 times the size of an average downtown condominium in Toronto, which adhered to the required setbacks and placed our house the same distance from the street as the houses adjacent to us, which is not the case with this 160 application. If you look at the line across Teddington, this garage will stick out substantially compared to the neighbors. We requested and received approvals for 0.47 FSI, which was similar to the other new houses in our area, and we received approvals. I object to the 160 application primarily for 2 reasons. First, that the proposed front yard setback variance would result in a garage very close to the street, beyond the front line of existing homes that comply with existing bylaws. The garage would be sticking out substantially from adjoining neighbors. The second objection I have is the density, which would be substantially higher than the amount followed by us and other neighbors on our block. The high densification and front setback variances, if allowed to proceed, would set a terrible precedent for applications that would follow and substantially erode the character of our street and our neighborhood over time. Unquestionably, we are at a critical juncture where your decision today and the precedent it sets will impact 160 Teddington and several other new houses that will be redeveloped shortly. I appeal to this committee that you do not set a negative precedent and allow for excessive densification of our beautiful neighborhood, and instead that you help us maintain its unique charm and character. What is the point of having zoning bylaws if they are so substantially disregarded, like in this case? It is clear from the number of variances being requested and the materiality of the variances that the proposed house at 160 is way too big for its generously sized lot. There is no reason that 160 cannot meet the setbacks requirements given the large lot size. That is the end of my comments. Thank you.
Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, we'll go back to the next person on the list. I have a Robert Ting. Are you there? Robert Ting, are you there?
I'm here.
Yes, Mr.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir. Can I get your full name and address, please?
Yes, Robert Ting, 139 Teddington Park Avenue.
Okay, if you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application.
Okay, I apologize if there's a lot of background noise. I'm a doctor and I'm training medical missionaries from Africa, so I have to take this call from a hotel lobby. So I apologize for any background noise. So I'm Robert Ting. I live at 139 Teddington Park Avenue, which is located directly across the street from 160 Teddington. And I moved to Teddington in 2006. We used to live in Lawrence Park. I had a brand new home in Lawrence Park, but we came to Teddington because we were really drawn by how the houses were nicely spaced apart and how they were set back from the road. And in particular, I'm a gardener, so I love the magnificent trees, the boulevard with the planters, and really the beautiful gardens on this dead end. Now, we're really blessed on Teddington because our lots are gigantic. The lots on the north side are 189 feet deep, and the lots on the south side are 187 feet deep. And apart from the first few houses on the south side, the lots really range between 78 feet wide up to over 200 feet wide. And basically, the homes really have majestic gardens. And really, the houses are really not built to the edge of their properties as they were in Lawrence Park, where we came from. And we used to like to walk along the road, and even before we lived in this neighborhood. And many people in the entire North Toronto area come to our street and walk their dogs here. And I just want to make it clear that we're not opposed to development on the street. In fact, I wrote supporting letters for both 137 Teddington, my immediate neighbor, and also for 179 Teddington Park before they came to committee. And in both instances, the owners had shared their plans and allowed us to have some input, and we were okay with the variances and we supported it. Now, with this current application, we first heard about the proposed plans at 160 about 3 weeks ago, just as I was preparing to come to Greece. And we had not heard any details about it previously. And the first thing is the house is really too big. The FSI was originally 54%. It's still over 52%. And I know the architect's given you all these houses and all these numbers. And most of those houses, I'll point out, are on 50-foot wide lots. So if you have a house on Gulfdale or in Lawrence Park on a 50-foot lot, yes, they need to go to a higher FSI. But really, on a large lot like 160 Teddington is double the size of the lots on Gulfdale. So they don't really need to go above 50% FSI. Now, he mentioned the only comparable lot that was over 50% is 177 Teddington. That particular property is 105 feet wide. And so it doesn't come anywhere near to the edge of the property like they're proposing at 160. So it does not feel that big. So when we look at 179 and 137, both of them, the FSI was capped at 47%, which I think is still reasonable because it still would allow them to build a 6,600 square foot home at 160 Teddington. The other issue I don't want to, Boris already talked about, but the 12.5 meter driveway, the 3-car garage, it comes too close to the road. If you look at these garages, we don't have any on Teddington. There's 3 on Riverview Drive. 2 of them are on 150-foot wide properties. One of them is a 2-car garage that's on an 86-foot lot. And if you look at it, that lot is wider than the one on 160 Teddington, and it looks very, very cramped, and there's not much greenery. There's a lot of hardscaping. The height of the house is also really high. So most of the homes on our street have kept to 10 meters or lower. And even with that, it really dwarfs the older homes. I'm in one of the older homes. The current house is proposed to be 12 meters high, which I think is very excessive. And we are concerned that they may possibly put a 3rd floor in, because I don't know why you would need a 12-meter high room. Finally, the neighbors, Vicky Hand and the Hops, are all out of the country. They couldn't call in tonight, but Vicky has told me that she's very concerned about the side yard setbacks. And where they go beyond 21 meters, they're supposed to be 7.5 meters away from the lot line. And here they're only going to be 2.71 meters, even with the adjustments. And Vicky's very concerned about the pool structures blocking airflow and the view to the wooded area on the Rosedale Golf Course. So really, we're really concerned. There's going to be several new projects on our street. There's going to be 3 more houses probably coming down in the next few years. And 14 out of 17 people on our street have opposed this project. 3 of the 20 houses are being developed right now.
Sir, can you summarize, please?
Yeah, so basically of the 20 properties on our street, 3 are being developed. 14 of the 17 homeowners have written letters to oppose this project. 3 have not written anything in support or opposition. I've given Max my phone number to discuss this, and I have not heard back from him. I really feel that this is a very special street, so I respectfully urge you guys to do the right thing and not approve this project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, we'll go to the next person on the list. I have a Terry Mills. Are you there?
And I'm a planner.
Yes, hello.
And
hello, sir?
Sorry? Hello there. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, and so I've been retained by the Teddington Park Association on this matter. And if you want my address, I live at 101 Roehampton Avenue, Unit 801. And I can run you quickly through the variances. That might be the
Sir,
best thing.
we've already heard a lot of information from people regarding, do you have something new to tell us that we haven't heard before?
Yeah, okay. All I want to do is say about the variances, I'm happy to strike out from my letter variance number 7, which is the driveway. And I agree with the transportation department on that. With that, I think if we could put up my page 7 in my visuals, I can get to that. This is a unique enclave, and as has been mentioned, and the street Teddington Park is actually 24.5 meters wide until we come to the bend in the street or the chicane, at which point it reduces to 20 meters, and it it pushes further to the south side. Is there any chance to put the visual up for that, page 7 of my submission? Eris? Yeah, so if you can just immediate context, you can just blow that up. And the top picture is all I need. And I apologize for somehow I was going to use a different picture there. So it's actually looking towards the north. And the little yellow arrow there shows you the site we're talking about. But what we can see here is the width of the street and these substantial houses. And then you see where the street tapers down and angles to the south. So that's, people say a lot of people walk their dogs through there. And we see to the left and the right of the subject property, yes, those are substantial houses. I did the calculation of the one on the left. And for all its size, it actually has an FSI that's around 35 to 37, definitely under 0.4. And again, I did not do the full calculation on one on the right-hand side, but it's definitely below 0.4 as well. So these lots on the north side in particular, really they are generous, and the houses, the densities aren't that high. If we can go to the top of the next page, that would be good, because on this one, just scroll right through to the next page. We'll just pass through there to keep this moving along. So here we see an aerial view, and you'll see a yellow line drawn, and you can see where the subject property is there. And that yellow line is the setback of all those houses. And it's the setback line that's been used as the average for the property on each side. And you'll see that all those garages are set back, and none of them project forward like this one does, which is projecting forward 12.5, and I think now it's been reduced by the city staff discussions in the back room down to being 10.5 meters. But you can see how that's going to interrupt a very significant space that really is the feature, enclave of Teddington Park in general. The red line I've shown is actually what the permissible footprint would be of a new building. And one concern that I have here is they talk about, the old building is 1 story. Well, you're not allowed to actually convey anything. If we can then just slide down the page quickly, I see we're running out of time. These are some of the comparative lots they were looking at for the setback and the top. Tell you what, with the time, just scroll down a little further onto the next page. We'll get there because I don't want to run out of time. Down a little lower so I can see there's a section. Keep going. Okay. This 3rd floor, up a bit. They've missed a bylaw in there about the fact that if you have a ceiling height of more than 2 meters, you have to count your attic as gross floor area. And that takes this building to being up to over 0.6 FSI. And I did that calculation allowing for a floor thickness of 2 feet because that's what they're showing.
Sir, can you summarize?
2 feet for the roof. So in my opinion, this project is not appropriate in terms of the 4 tests. And really it has to be looked at in terms of the context. Thank you.
Next, does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Next person on the list is an Andrew Durnford. Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you. Can I get your full name and address?
Yes, my name's Andrew Durnford, and I live at 133 Teddington Park Avenue.
Okay, thank you,
That
sir.
property is across the street from the subject property.
Okay, thank you, sir. If you're going to, have you got anything new to tell us that we haven't already heard?
Well, I'd like to share with you my thoughts. I'll try to be very conscious of what's been
Try to
shared
be brief,
before.
sir, because we've already heard a lot of the same information.
Yes,
So please be
I
brief.
understand. I mean, first, I just want to say that over a dozen neighbors have sent in letters of opposition, and we as a group have agreed just to have 3 speakers in addition to Terry Mills and the TPRA speak to limit how much overlap there would be in our discussions. But we're trying our hardest to be complimentary in terms of what we're saying here. The 2 neighbors, I think it's very important to say, that are directly adjacent to the property, both have written letters of opposition. Unfortunately, they're both out of the country and can't be at this hearing, but you have their letters of opposition in your files, and hopefully you'll have an opportunity to reference them. Teddington is a beautiful and special avenue characterized by deep lots and homes set well back from the street. And the look and feel is appreciated by us who live on the street, but also the scores and scores of people that walk the street every day because of its very unique and special nature. And in this application, if approved, would change that special look and feel immediately and set a terrible precedent for all future development on the street, where we expect there to be quite a few properties coming up in the next few years. Specifically, I'm referring to the variance for the front yard setback. The applicant is effectively asking for the garage to be put on what should be the front lawn. Now, the architect representing them said, well, different houses on the street, the garages do project in front of the houses. Yes, but they all abide by the bylaw of the 17-meter setback. They originally asked for a 10-meter setback, and now it's 12. I mean, just a token difference of 2 meters when they really should be 17 meters back from the street. And it's a very deep lot. They have lots of room to build the home of their dreams, and they've chosen to just make a very token and insignificant change to hope that will mollify people to make the decision to approve. We on the street, we talk a lot. We're very focused. We're supportive of development. We're not here to oppose developments. In fact, as Dr. Ting said, the last number of developments that have come in front of committee, we've all got to the point where we could put letters of support in. And we do talk to the people applying, and we reach an acceptable compromise. And unfortunately, in this case, and it's very unfortunate, the applicant has chosen not to engage with the neighbors. We have all written letters with our contact details expressing our concerns and offering to talk, but our offers were not responded to. In fact, the only outreach was after the applicant made the small token changes to the application. They emailed and asked us to withdraw our letters of opposition. Again, a token change. Because they have not engaged with us, the applicants do not understand how strong the neighbors feel and how united the neighbors feel about the proposed variance in this application. There's a clear consensus in the neighborhood that any front yard setback variance is unacceptable, and the FSI should be at a maximum of 47% as set by recent precedents. Especially given the large size of the lot, an FSI of 47% still enables them to build a huge house. It would be a terrible precedent if this applicant was to be granted approval to build a garage on what should be their front lawn. The street hopes the committee will listen to us and refuse the application, and hopefully encourage the homeowner to engage with their neighbors to reapply for variances that are much more in line with where future development is going on the street and has recently been on the street. No one's living in the 1930s and 40s. We're all open-minded to new development. But in this situation, the homeowners refuse to engage and has put something forward that will change the makeup of the street for us and those who love the street going forward. So thank you very much for listening to the concerns. The only thing I would mention is when the architect was presenting it, talked about this garage on the front lawn being 1 story. Well, the original plan that I saw had the garage being 1.5 stories with actually living accommodation above. I don't know if that's changed, but you might ask them to clarify that, because again, it's living accommodation. And the reason the building is so long is because the garage way up the front lawn and they go all the way back. So anyway, thank you very much. You can tell I'm passionate, but we love our street And we don't want any terrible precedents being set. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Go to the next person on the list. I have a Kimberly or John Reed. Are you there?
They do not appear to be on the attendees list.
Okay, we'll take them off the list. Next one on the list is a Daniel Hop. Are you there?
He does not appear to be on the attendees
Okay, we'll
list.
take him off the list. Okay, we'll go back to the agent. Are you there, sir? Max, are you there?
Hi, this is Wayne Swadron again. How are you?
Yes, hello. You've heard the comments from the previous speakers. If you'd like to, if you would like to respond to their concerns.
Yes, I would. Dr. Ting mentioned something about building height. I just want to point out something that's quite relevant here. The geodetic height of the top of the roof that is being proposed, so the actual impression of a roof height from a passerby is 170.68. The height, the geodetic height of the home to the west, which is number 150, is 171.3. And the geodetic height of the top of the roof of number 174, which is the house immediately to the east, is 173. Now, I recognize that the question of character is being brought up, but certainly when the home is shorter than the homes of the immediate neighbors, then I think that appropriateness is clear. I think also the suggestion that for some reason, despite the fact that the plans show nothing of the sort, the hypothesis that my client is going to be building a third floor, I don't think it's something that should be heard or relevant to this committee. I have no suggestion of that. Our drawings don't show that. There's no access to a attic space other than what would be a hatch. So I don't think that's a relevant comment. And certainly because our roof line is lower than the neighboring homes, which are, by the way, original homes for the neighbor. I think that's sort of case in point of being appropriate. I will point to the application that was approved at 177, which is beside the speaker, Boris Carpe. And that project was at 0.55 FSI, plus a number of other variances, including height. And that was approved by this committee in 2018. So I think that, you know, that far exceeds what is being requested in this application. I think we have a case potentially of neighbors not really fully appreciating what is being requested. Our client did send a blanket letter drop to neighbors over a month ago. This is time of COVID. It is difficult to meet with neighbors at the best of times, and frankly, most of the neighbors seem to be out of the country. But our clients did attempt to speak with all the neighbors, provided all their contact information. There was some response. The design was changed to accommodate neighbors' comments. The neighbors were re-informed of those changes as it was resubmitted to committee. So I do believe that our clients have met the standard of trying to communicate with neighbors. It's tough. It's tough right now. People aren't around and people are afraid to speak to people. And so that's something that no doubt played a part in this application. So I guess all I would say in the end is that this application is very much in keeping with approvals that have been provided by this committee in this very special neighborhood. I will mention one other thing, and that is the fact that the southern homes, the homes on the southern half of Teddington Park Avenue are separated from the north block by a significant landscape boulevard. The homes aren't terribly visible from one side to the other. I can attest to that even in wintertime. Impact is minimal, if anything, to the southern lots. And both neighbors on each side, if one was to look at it, notwithstanding the fact that these are historic homes, their side yard setbacks are far less than what we're proposing for large sections of their construction. And so I leave it to you. I thank you very much to this committee for hearing me today.
Okay, thank you, sir. Just as a general statement, sir, I just want to make sure that everybody's aware here that the committee does not deal with precedents. The committee deals with each application on its own individual merit. The fact that there might be other properties similar in the area doesn't weigh on our decision-making. I just want to make that clear from the start. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll just go through. There's been revisions to the application. We'll just go through them one more time, make sure we've got them all. Variance number 1 has been changed. The proposed front yard setback is 10.5 meters. It has been increased to 12.5 meters. Variance number 2, the proposed side yard setback on the east side at 1.8 meters has been increased to 2.71 meters. Variance number 3, the proposed side yard setback on the west side at 1.8 meters has been increased to 2.71 meters. And variance number 8, the floor space index has been reduced from 0.543 to 0.522. So if I could get a motion on this revised application, please. Ms. Sankar?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. You know, when you have a number of neighbors coming in at such length that we've had today, it does make me inquire, you know, how much of that solicitation has, you know, taken place. And I do believe the applicant when he said he's provided stuff a month before, and in conjunction with the fact that we don't look at, you know, precedent, and I've heard the explanations provided by the applicant here today. Just even at the onset, I felt that this application was not minor. And albeit he's made some changes that should meet the staff report, I still feel that this is not in keeping with the character of the neighborhood, and coupled with the complexities of concerns, I'm very concerned as well. So that being said, my motion is to refuse this application.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sankar. I have a motion from Ms. Sankar to refuse the application. Someone to second that motion? Mr. Hunt seconds. All those in favor? Opposed? That's a tie vote. I won't support Ms. Sankar's motion. Could I get another motion, please? Mr. Kidd?
Listening to the speakers today, I certainly see this as a contentious application and a difficult one. And I think probably when it's all said, my inclination is look back to the planning staff report for some clarity on this. And the applicant has made the modifications that were requested in the planning report. And also in addition to that, is on his own, they've increased the side yard setbacks, which I think is a show of good faith on their part. I'm going to put forward a motion to accept the application as amended. You've read those changes into the record. Also, make it condition subject to the condition of the April 7th, 2022 planning staff report, and also subject to forestry condition.
Thank you, Mr. Kidd. Someone to second Mr. Kidd's motion. Mr. Khan seconds. All those in favor? Opposed? Ms. Sankar and Mr. Hunt dissenting, so we have a tie vote. I'll support Mr. Kidd's motion, and that motion carries. Sir, your revised application has been approved, subject to urban forestry and city planning conditions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 37, 49 Tottenham Road. I have one person registered to speak. That's Andrew Trotter. That's item 37. Mr. Trotter, are you there?
Yes.
Yes, thank you, sir. Just going through your application here, I note that there are no staff comments or recommended conditions on file with your application. You have 3 variances before us. It's pretty clear what you're asking for. I'll just ask, is there anything that you'd like to tell the committee that isn't contained in the material we have before us this afternoon?
No, it's all there.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I find the variances are minor, complies with the zoning bylaws. I move for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. Someone to second that? Mr. Hunt seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Mr. Trotter, your application's been unanimously approved without condition. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Item number 38, 183 POYNTZ Avenue. I have the agent, Saba Al Mathno. Are you there?
Yes, good afternoon. I'm present.
Yes, hello. Can I get your full name and address, please?
Sure. Saba Al Mathno, QBS Architect, 1670 Bayview Avenue, Unit 401.
Great. Thank you, sir. Just going through your file, I note there's a report from City Planning dated the 7th of April of this year. They indicate that they have no objections to your application, provided that the proposal is developed substantially in accordance with the site plan drawing submitted to the committee, date stamped as received on March 3rd, 2022, attached as attachment 1 to their report. I just wanted to ask, sir, if you had the opportunity to review that report.
Yes, and I have, and we agree.
Okay, thank you, sir. I notice you've got 7 variances before us. It's pretty clear, though, in the variances what you're asking for. I'll just ask, is there anything you'd like to tell the committee that isn't contained in the material we have before us this afternoon?
No, just quickly, you know the history of this application. It's a resubmission from January 19. We went back to the drawing board. We worked with staff. We eliminated 4 of the variances. We reduced the coverage to satisfy. Same thing, we considered some of the neighbors' concerns. We eliminated the 3 stories. We reduced the height significantly. We reduced the coverage. So I believe now the application before you is minor in nature, and it meets the 4 tests as we provided in the cover letter. One acknowledgement I'd like to bring is we acknowledge the letter of objection from the adjacent neighbors, and one of her comments was about the elevated deck and might impede onto their privacy. Our clients are more than happy to offer a privacy fence, 1.8 meter height on their side, just to enhance the privacy. And I'm ready to answer any questions committee members might have.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Ms. Sankar?
I had seen Mr. Khan's hand go up, but I'll go for it. I do believe that this application, as it's been revised, really has been sensitively done. And thank you for acknowledging the letter of objection from the neighbor and offering to have that as a private agreement with your 1.8 feet fence. But I will leave that for you to do on a private level. So I'll motion to approve this application, and I'll make it subject to the April 7th staff recommendations that the proposal be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan drawing submitted to the committee that was date stamped of March 3rd of this year. And that's my motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sankar. Someone to second that? Mr. Khan seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Sir, your application's been unanimously approved, subject to city planning conditions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Item number 39, 79 Ridge Hill Drive. Let me see here. I have one person registered to speak. That is Jonathan Benskowski. Are you there, sir?
Here, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you, sir. Can I get your address again, please?
Yeah, Jonathan Benskowski, 301 Keewatin Avenue.
Okay, thank you, sir. I just going through your file, I noticed there's a report from City Planning dated the 4th of April. They have no objections to your application, provided that the building length is developed substantially in accordance with the side elevation attached to their report that illustrates the length of 20.68 meters, limited to the basement level, 18.95 meters on the ground floor, and 17.3 meters on the second floor. Just wanted to ask, sir, did you have the opportunity to read that report?
I have, yes, and I submitted some background materials to planning for better communication of where that length and depth was being appropriated within the dwelling itself.
Okay, thank you, sir. I notice you've got 6 variances before us. It's pretty clear what you're asking for. What I'm just going to ask, sir, is before I go to the committee, I noticed that they're on variance number 4. You're asking for a floor space index of 0.91, where 0.60 is what's recommended under the bylaw. Perhaps you could give the committee the rationale for that increase in the floor space index?
Yes, the increase in the floor space index is essentially as a result of this being permitted to have a 3-story dwelling as it is today. If you'll notice, we don't have a variance request under 569/2013 for height. So the actual height of the building is built as per the zoning bylaw. In addition, there are no side yard setback requests. What is really the culmination of that increase is for that first floor additional length breakfast nook, as I've submitted some support materials identifying what that area is. Other than that small breakfast nook and a 2'6" sort of bathtub projection on the second floor, the entirety of the dwelling is within the built form policies of the City of Toronto. So yes, we look at 0.6 and we do go to 0.9, but that is built within the height requirement of 569/2013 and doesn't extend into either adjacent yard. And if we were to actually look at the site plan proposed, the dwelling to the west is actually built further than the proposed rear wall of the dwelling before you today.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Ms. Sankar?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I accept the explanations provided by the agent here today. There is a competing number of letters of support as well. There was one letter of objection for 81 Ridge Hill, but I think that the responses by the agent, have dispelled some of my concerns with that. So I'll put forward a motion to approve this application. I'll make it subject to the April 4th staff report that the building length be developed substantially in accordance with the side elevation attached to this report and illustrates the length.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, just the staff report. I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Ms.
And,
Sankar. Someone to second that motion? Mr. Kidd seconds. All those in favor? Opposed? Mr. Khan dissenting. Sir, your motion carries. Your application, that motion carries. The application is approved subject to city planning conditions, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 40, 8 Collinson Boulevard. I have one person registered to speak. That is Jay Smith. Are you there, sir? Jay Smith, are you there?
I am Mr. Chair, Jay Smith, agent for the owners. My address is 2814 Geraldton Crescent in Mississauga.
Okay, thank you. Sir, I just was You have 4 variances before us. I'm noting there's a number of comments on file with your application. There's a recommended condition from urban forestry. There was a report from the 7th of April from Transportation Services that had no objection to your proposal for front yard parking. But then there's a report from City Planning dated the 6th of April, which recommends refusing variance number 2 for the proposed front yard parking stall and refusing variance number 4 for the proposed south side yard setback. So what I wanted to ask, sir, would you like to defer the application to discuss this further with City Planning, or would you like to proceed today?
I'd like to proceed, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so I would suggest you give us a presentation on what you see as the merits of your proposal and then focusing on the comments from City Planning.
Well, we are doing a second floor addition as well as out to the south side as noted. In my cover letter, there is precedence for the lot coverage, especially specifically on Collinson, not just the streets in the immediate area. We are going with a 1.09 increase or 1.9% increase over the 30% lot coverage allowed, which I do believe is minor. Side yard setbacks, again, have shown multiple precedents on Collinson with far reduced setbacks than the 1.0 and the 0.92 that we're requesting. The parking space, we did defer originally in order to deal with that. The parking space in the original submission was absolutely in front of the front wall of the house. We have gone back, redesigned the home. The parking space is now beside the house and behind what is technically the front wall of the house. So we asked zoning to provide us with an updated zoning review. They still classified it as front yard parking. So I have spent time with the zoning examiner and he explained that this is a technical variance due to the fact that with the south side extension, that is also front wall. So we are beside the main body of the home, but we are technically in the front yard. Due to this, the planner said he could not support that application because it still said front yard parking, even though it is a technical variance. I do believe that we have met the intent and the spirit of the bylaw in order to provide that parking beside the home. Just because there is a small piece of wall extending out to the side does not, in my opinion, make it front yard parking. We have provided pictures in the cover letter of 9 Collinson across the road that literally has a front yard parking pad. I'm sure not legal. 11 Wigham, which is directly around the corner, enclosed garage, front yard parking. 3 homes directly down the street at 22, 24, and 26 Collinson, internal garages, and yet they've all made illegal front yard parking. It's not like front yard parking is an uncommon occurrence on Collinson. We are, like I said, I believe, complying with the spirit of the bylaw in order to get the parking behind the main front wall of the home. And I'd be happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chair.
I see that looking at your plans, sir, basically the parking spaces is actually at the side of the building behind the main front wall. So it's really a side yard parking space, although they're considering the entire driveway as front yard parking. Is that the interpretation you're getting?
The interpretation is because the extension to the south and basically behind the parking space or to the rear, towards the rear of the home, halfway down the home, because that wall faces the street, that is still technically front yard. So we are technically in the front yard, even though we are beside the house. And that was the interpretation, and the city or the committee planner said because it still said front yard, he would not support that application.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Ms. Sankar?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, I believe that there's quite a bit of merit in what the agent is saying here today. I've looked at the staff report. However, the explanations provided around the technicalities for this being a front yard, considered front yard parking, even though it's at the side, I I can totally understand. And with that, transportation has no concern. So I'll put forward a motion to approve this application, and it will be subject to forestry.
Thank you, Ms. Sankar. Someone to second that? Mr. Hunt seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously, sir. Your application has been unanimously approved, subject to urban forestry conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We have item number 41, 447 Cranbrook Avenue. I have 4 people registered to speak. And the agent is Ida Evangelista. Are you there, Miss Evangelista?
Sorry, yes, Mr. Chair, Ida Evangelista.
Yes, thank you, madam.
On behalf of the owners of 447, yes.
Okay, thank you, madam. I just wanted to ask, I've gone through your file. The only staff comment is from Urban Forestry, where they have a recommended condition. I just indicated that there was a note on your file that you were proposing to make modifications to the variances. Is that true?
Yes, Mr. Chair. What you have in front of you are the new revised plans. And I also submitted my submission, which is the photographs. And I also marked up the hearing notice just for ease of reference.
Okay, thanks. So,
would you like me to, do you have those?
We should have them. Just going to ask, so the the variance, the notice we have before us is what you're proceeding with today.
The notice that you have in front of you is was modified.
You know what you could do, madam? It would help us out if you could.
Would you like?
If we can go through each one of the variances and tell me which ones you're changing.
Most definitely. Okay, so.
Okay. Yeah, Ms. Evangelista, if you can just read them into the record, we'll go through them.
No problem. Okay. Variance number 1 will remain.
Stays, okay.
Variance number 2. Variance 2 stays.
Okay.
Variance number 3 modified to 9.11.
Okay, so the proposed height, it goes from 9.4 meters to 9.11 meters?
Correct.
Thank you. Next.
Variance number 4.
Okay.
Remove.
Right, deleted, okay, thank you.
Variance number 5.
Okay.
What is 1.31?
Okay, so the proposed height of the main pedestrian entrance above established grade is 1.6, is reduced to 1.31 meters.
Correct.
Okay.
Variance number 6.
Okay.
Out.
Deleted.
Remove.
Okay, thank you.
Variance number 7 under the old bylaw now reads 9.5.
Okay, thank you, madam. So yes, variance number 7, the building height's 9.8 meters is reduced to 9.5 meters, and that refers to the old North York bylaw 7625.
That's correct.
Thank you. Any further changes?
That's everything.
Oh, great. Thank you, madam. If you
would you like?
We have other people registered to speak, so if you'd like to give us a brief presentation on what you see as the merits of your revised application.
Okay. In my submission, you will note, I went through what all the variances are. Page 2, which shows variance 3, 5, and 7, the pedestrian entrance, the height. Variance 1 relates to the platform in the front, how it is encroaching and is part of the coverage, and why we have such a high, why our coverage is 36.1, because that front platform is forming part of that coverage. Our height, So I would like to say that we've worked very closely with planning in revising this application. And I know that when this notice comes out, because I did speak to the 449, and, everyone was taken aback with the 3 stories. However, in fact, it was not. It was just because the basement was closest to the established grade. So we have fixed all of that. I can guarantee you it's a 2-story home. The height, we've modified it to 9.11. It's taken to the top of the parapet. Below the parapet, it's at about 9 meters. Our pedestrian height is consistent, as you've seen in the neighborhood with the various photos that I've provided. You see that what we're proposing meets and is very characteristic to other homes in the neighborhood. This area is in, on a street where there's a mixed eclectic selection of homes with peak roof, flat roof. I've actually included quite a few pictures that you'll see in my submission of the immediate context within doors of 447. So what we're proposing here, we don't have a length variance. We've been very careful to line up with the neighboring homes on either side. As I mentioned, I did speak to 449. She is concerned about her trees. They will all be protected. I do believe that we do have forestry conditions here, which we're amenable to. And I respectfully submit that the application that you have in front of you does meet the 4 tests. It is consistent with what is happening in the neighborhood. And I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Madam. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go to the next person on the list. I have a Doris Chang. Are you there? Doris Chang.
Doris, you're unmuted.
Oh, hi, how are you?
Yes, hi, madam. Can I get your full name and address, please?
Yes, sure. My name is Doris Chang, and I live on 449 Cranbrook Avenue. I'm next door to the owner. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. If you'd just like to give us your thoughts on the application.
Thank you, Ida, helping me to put it back to 2-story instead of 3-story. And what I mostly concerned is the height of the house, because I'm on the left-hand side, and actually they are a little bit higher than my side already. So my concern is I don't want them to build so high to block all my sunlight, and also they are too long. Sometimes it's like I also want some privacy. And then another concern is I have another new house going to be on my left-hand side. So if 2 big houses on my left and right, that means all the sunlight will be blocked. And if they are very big, basically I'm like in rainforest for me. This is what I'm concerned. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, madam. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go to the next person on the list. I have William Lay, L-A-I.
William, there's no William on the attendees list.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Take him off. I have a Bruce Capel, C-A-P-P-E-L. Are you there? Bruce Capel, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir. Can I get your full name and address, please?
Yes, it's Bruce Capel. The address is 445 Cranbrook. I'm on the other side of the property to the east. And some of my concerns were dealt with in the revisions, including the 3 stories. And but there are still some concerns. And as 449 said, I'm concerned about the height. Again, I know she said that been reduced from 9.4 meters to 9.11 meters, but it's still quite high, and I don't really know how that compares to the other houses in the neighborhood, but it seems quite substantially past the bylaw. Also, when they were talking about the changes, she broke up for a while. Has number 6 been removed, the one that talks about the size of the deck?
Yes, that's been
or the
removed.
rear?
That's
Okay,
been deleted.
Okay, I couldn't hear that one. So my concerns are, again, about the height and the lot coverage, which is up at around 36%, which is, I think, substantially more than the bylaw. Now, I believe, again, I think her name was Ida, said that that has been reduced a little bit, but it still seems to be quite a bit. And again, I go back to, what is that like in relation to the surrounding houses and the character of the neighborhood? So those are my comments. I am quite concerned about the height because I don't want this property towering over our property to the east.
Okay, thank you, sir. Well, does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go back to Ms. Evangelista. Are you there, madam?
Hi. Yes, I'm here.
Yes, if you've heard the comments from the previous speakers, if you'd like to reply.
Yes. Okay. Let me talk a little bit about Doris at 449, where she believes that we're going to block the sunlight. It's going to be too long. We're speculating if there is going to be another house on the other side. I can't speak to that. What I can speak to is that the length of our house is 16.20. Okay, we have no side yard setbacks. The length of the home actually lines up with 449, and the back rear wall lines up with the deck of 445. The height, so, the deck, and let me talk about coverage a little bit. So in this particular situation, we do have the walkout at the back. We do have the walkout at the front, which is the platform, the stairs. And so that adds to the coverage. But as I mentioned, we don't have a length variance. We don't have side yard setback variances. Our height, we've brought it down. What we're asking for, there are 9-foot ceiling heights in the home. Which is standard today. It's even less than, what typically is the wants and needs of new homeowners. The height is consistent with other homes in the neighborhood. It will not tower over 445 or 449. Actually, it'll be below their homes. Now, the difference being is that this doesn't have a hat. It has a flat roof. If we were to put a hat on it, then yes, it would be higher than neighboring properties, as we would be allowed a even higher home. So that's what I'm proposing. Like I said, the home, the front of the home faces north, the rear yard faces south, and which they'll get a lot of sunlight. I respectfully submit that the home that we are proposing is very consistent with and is same as other homes. We won't be, overshadowing the neighboring homes because we do line up, and we don't have a length variance. We do line up with neighboring homes. They were very, the owner was, he didn't want to be as imposing, and that's why we've made that length of that home 16.20, well below the 17 meters permitted, so that we do line up with the rear properties.
Okay, thank you.
I hope this answers everybody's questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Evangelista. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go back just to be clear on the changes that have been made to the application. Variances number 1 and 2 are the same. Variance number 3, the proposed height has been reduced from 9.4 meters to 9.11. Variance number 4, which related to the number of stories, has been deleted. It was previously 3 stories. That's been deleted. Variance number 5, the proposed height of the main pedestrian entrance above the established grade is 1.6 meters. That has been reduced to 1.31 meters. Variance number 6, the proposed area of the second-story rear yard platform has been deleted. And variance number 7, the old North York bylaw 7625, the proposed building height is 9.8 meters, has been reduced to 9.5 meters.
Oh.
So if I could get a
One
motion.
one moment.
Yes.
Just bear with me for 1 second. My apologies. I just, I think I'm throwing the baby out with the bathwater here. Just sorry.
Ms. Evangelista, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
So,
rear yard, second story front yard platform. Okay, yeah, we're good.
that was variance number 6 that you deleted.
Yes, it was, and I just wanted to double check because it states the rear yard platform and the second story front yard platform. I didn't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but it's relating to the entry. There's no actual balcony at the front. Okay, we're good.
Okay, so
My apologies, Mr. Chair.
Just to confirm, variance
Yes,
number
right.
6 is deleted.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Again, I'll just ask, does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this revised application, please? Mr. Kidd? I'm sorry, Mr. Hunt?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've listened carefully to the presentations by Ms. Evangelista and the adjacent homeowners. And I was also concerned about the comment about sun, but with the orientation of the houses facing north-south, I think Ms. Evangelista explained that away. So I am prepared to move a motion to accept with the modifications that have been read into the record and also subject to urban forestry requirements.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Someone to second that motion? Ms. Sankar seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Madam, your application's been unanimous. Your revised application's been unanimously approved, subject to urban forestry conditions. We're now on item number 42, 34 Green Valley Road. I have 4 people registered to speak. The agent is a Robert Bader. Are you there, sir? Mr. Bader, are you there?
Members. Yes, good afternoon, Chair and members.
Yes.
Robert Bader here, B-A-D-E-R. I live at 38 Albany Street, A-L-B-A-N-I, and I'm here to represent Mr. Jordan and Evelyn Waxman, the property owners.
Okay, thank you, sir. I just wanted to go, I'm going through the report, the file, and I'm seeing a number of reports here. There's one from Toronto Region Conservation Authority dated the 7th of April. They have no objections to your application. I also note that there's a report from City Planning dated the 7th of April of this year, which is recommending refusing variance number 3 regarding the building height under the zoning bylaw 7625. And there's also a report from the Ravine and Natural Features Protection dated the 25th of March, which is requesting a deferral to determine if the private white spruce can be protected, and if it's not deferred or if it's approved, that there be conditions imposed. I wanted to ask, sir, In view of these comments from Ravine and Natural Features Protection and City Planning, would you like to defer the application to discuss it with those two agencies?
At this time, we have no desire to defer this application. We were subject to a deferral back in February of this year. This has been an ongoing matter since as early as 2019, and we would like to dispense with it as swiftly as possible.
If you'd like to give us a presentation then on what you see as the merits of your proposal.
Certainly, and I thank you for the committee's time. Once again, good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. I thank you kindly for allowing me to speak in respect of this application. And I would also like to extend a special thanks to staff for managing these virtual hearings during these unprecedented times. As stated, my name is Robert Bader, and I am the agent for Mr. and Mrs. Waxman, the owners of the property at 34 Green Valley Road in the Hogs Hollow neighborhood of the former North York. The application before you is similar but different to a previous application that was before this committee in 2019. The application before you seeks to replace the existing dwelling at the property with a new, contemporary, two-story dwelling containing an integrated reverse slope driveway leading to a below-grade garage, a grand terraced front entrance, and a rear yard in-ground pool with an associate cabana. The style of the proposed new home is similar to other architectural designs present along Green Valley Road and in the broader Hogs Hollow neighborhood. At that hearing for the previous application, the committee granted 11 of the 13 variances requested, refusing to grant relief from a request respecting front yard setback and a related variance respecting maximum front yard stair projection. This application now before you has reduced both the quantitative and qualitative aspects of the variances currently being sought. The number of variances currently being sought is 6. Most notably, the variance seeking a proposed front yard setback, contrary to the minimum required front yard setback, has been improved by nearly 20% from the 2019 application. It is also worthy to note that there are no variances being sought for side yard setback, whereas the previous 2019 application sought 2 variances respecting side yard setback. Eaves projection variances have been eliminated, as have the variance related to number of balconies permitted, which is 1, and the maximum permitted balcony area at the ground floor. There has also been a substantial reduction in building length from 33.27 meters, as proposed in the 2019 application, to 18.23 meters in this current application, which quantifies as a 45.2% improvement. A final notable is the reduction in overall height. Pursuant to the former North York zoning bylaw 7625, where the proposal now seeks an overall height of 10.98 meters, whereas the 2019 application sought an overall height of 11.59 meters. Measured from established grade, as height would be measured pursuant to citywide zoning bylaw 579/2013, the absolute height is only 9.939 meters, and the height of the majority flat roof portion of the proposed new home is only 8.96 meters. There has been considerable communications on this item from the larger neighborhood, which prompted my outreach to both the local ward councillor and the Neighborhood Ratepayers Association, and which included the son of the next door neighbor at 32 Green Valley Road. Despite the design changes executed over the course of the past few months, the improved quantitative and qualitative changes in this application before you proved unsatisfactory to the councillor and the Ratepayers Association. I understand that the greatest concerns with this application are in respect to front yard setback and building height. Community planning has no objections to the proposed front yard setback, which, as previously mentioned, has been improved by nearly 20% from the original 2019 proposal. The 23-meter front yard setback requirement only applies to the 6 lots on the east side of Green Valley Road and is only a result of the existing built form condition. That is to say, the regulation is generally deemed to be arbitrary, where these 6 houses and their setbacks predate the current in-force zoning requirement. The existing front yard setback, taken as an average of each of the 6 lots, include the neighbor to the south at 36 Green Valley Road, having an established front yard setback of only 3.09 meters, also with 30 and 32 Green Valley Road encroaching into this required 23-meter front yard setback. The front yard setback of the last house on the north, 26 Green Valley Road, is only 20 meters. What I'm proposing is that the proposed setback at 34 Green Valley Road is not out of character with the built form along this portion of the street, and that as proposed results in a dwelling which lines up approximately with the main front wall of both neighboring properties to the north and south. The proposed front yard setback of 10.56 meters provides for a transition between the two adjacent properties, which is characteristic of this neighborhood, and thusly providing for an appropriate front yard setback for the subject site. The TRCA has no objections with this application, including the requested variance for front yard setback. As the whole neighborhood is located within hazard lands, the TRCA regulates an established long-term stable toe
Sir,
slope
can you
line
summarize,
at the
please?
subject property. I could summarize. You know what? I'll probably be able to provide the remainder of my presentation when I answer questions from the members of this committee. And,
I wanted to ask you a question with respect to the height because it's my understanding that this area is not subject to the new city bylaw 569-2013. It's a kind of an anachronism.
You are correct. This property is a hole in the donut, and 7625 of the former North York continues to apply. I was only establishing the established grade as per 569-2013 as a comparable.
Okay, so hang on, 569-2013 does not apply to this property.
That is correct.
Okay, so with respect to the height, the building height, that's because there's this big difference in grade between the front as it presents to the street and to the back as it relates to the ravine. So can you tell me what's the height of the building as it presents to the street?
We've reduced it from 11.59 meters to 10.98 meters.
Okay.
So as measured per bylaw 7625 of the former North York, the overall height is 10.98 meters.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Mr. Hunt?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just clarification, you've indicated, sir, that you've reduced the height to 10.98 meters, and yet the requested variance still proposes 11.59.
Yeah, so the notice had already been prepared for this hearing, and I had been in touch with community planning after the preparation of the notice, where we had agreed to reducing the height by 2 feet.
Okay, so, sir, if we can back up then and further to Mr. Hunt's question, are you proposing to change variance number 3?
That is correct.
Okay, so you're proposing to change variance number 3, which is currently reads the proposed building height is 11.59 meters, and you're proposing to reduce it to what?
10.98.
10.98 meters, okay. Are you proposing any other changes?
There are no other changes proposed. We spent the past 3 months making design changes to the original application, and we've basically done all we're able to do in respect of design changes.
Okay, so the only variance you're proposing to change is variance number 3.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. No further questions from committee. I'll go back to our speakers list. I have Nicholas Dillon. Are you there?
Hear me?
Nicholas Dillon?
Yes, I'm here. Can you,
Yes,
can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can I get your full name and address, please?
Nicholas Dillon, 12 Donwoods Grove in Toronto or North York.
Okay, and are you, okay, who are you, are you speaking on behalf of someone?
I'm the son of Harjan and Lydia Dillon, who live next door to the applicant's house on the north side.
If you'd like to give us your thoughts.
I sent in some material that I want presented. It was saved on your site as a letter of objection on the 7th of April. It's 10 megabytes, if you could pull that up, please, and then go to slide 4 or page 4.
Sir, you can start. Start your presentation.
Okay. I've lived in the neighborhood off and on for about 46 years, including 10 years as an adult in my parents' house and 13 years in my own house here, also in the neighborhood, just about 500 meters away from my parents' house. I know the neighborhood well. We've been active members down here, and we understand the situation and kind of the nuances of the neighborhood, particularly down at the end where my parents live. Just point out, Mr. Bader has indicated that he submitted updated drawings to the Committee of Adjustment last week. He submitted them to myself and to the York Mills Valley Association Development Committee a week before that. Just so you know, I circulated those documents to the committee, to the councillor, to the other members of the committee, and to most of all the people who objected. So they're all aware of the 0.61 meter change in the height when they submitted their letters of rejection. As been mentioned, the background here is that this similar application went to the Committee of Adjustment 3 years ago, where it was rejected, you know, for the front yard setback primarily. It went to TLAB, where it was objected as a whole, and primarily there was a lot of discussion about massing, which goes to height and front yard setback. And then it was reviewed by TLAB, and it was denied again. So our opinion is that the changes that they're proposing now are not significantly different. They had 13 variations before. Most of them were minor, and they've gotten rid of those, but the major ones still remain. And those major ones include the front yard setback. They now encroach 12.44 meters over the 23 meter line. The height, which is almost 3 meters, 2.9 meters above the permitted height. They still have 3 stories. They seem to have eliminated one variance because they're calling the basement the first floor, but the ground floor is still the same height. And they made a few other minor changes. The one thing I want to point out also is that the length of building, as noted in the documents, is 8.23 meters from the 23 meter front yard setback line. The building itself is 12.44 meters further ahead of that. So from front to back, it's actually over 30 meters. Just a technicality here, I guess, the way you guys present. If you could go to page 5 of the slides, what I did here to kind of give you a better picture of what we're doing. So just go up a bit, please. Up, up, up. Up. Okay, go down the first slide. This is a Google view. Okay, go down the first picture. That's a Google view of the neighborhood. You can see that 34 is second from the end on the right. Go to the next slide, please. That's just one near the end here, which shows that the building at 36 is a one-story building all the way across, including a non-conforming first-story garage there, which is to the left. Go to the next one, please. That's just the front view. Go to the next one, please. So here I've plotted the buildings, including the required setbacks under the bylaw. You can see on the left side here that all the houses, including the new ones, basically conform with the bylaw line. And you can take a look on the right here, on the ravine side, all of the houses basically conform with the bylaw 23 meter bylaw line there, except for the one-story garage at the end of 36. Go to the next one, please. This is an overlay of a building that could be built there with a 23 meter setback. I'm not saying anyone would build it like this, but that's what it could be. Next slide, please. This is one squared off where the north side is compliant with the bylaw line and the south side is over the bylaw line by about plus or minus 7 meters, I believe. Next slide, please. This is the house overlay that they're proposing. Next slide, please. Just keep going. Next. Next. This is what they would have here, looking from the patio. Go to the next one, please. Next. That's what it would look like if they built it per the bylaws. Next.
Sir, can you summarize, please?
Yep. This is what it looked like that they want, is 3.3 meters visually bigger. Next.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Just the next one, please. Then there's the shadowing. You
sir,
see,
your
half the
time's
house
up.
will be shadowed to the new house.
Time's up, sir.
All right.
Go to any committee. Committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go to the next person on the list. I have Lydia Dillon.
Lydia, you're unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good. I'm Lydia Dillon.
Are you related to Nicholas Dillon?
My husband and I have been living there for the last 56 years.
Okay, thank you, madam. If you
Our
want to.
property is immediately adjacent to the proposed rebuild at 34 Green Valley Road, and we are just to the north of it.
Okay, thank you.
We chose our home for its location, obviously, at the dead end of a street and for lovely views of the green golf course, which we have enjoyed over the years from the vantage point of our front outdoor balcony. After reviewing the drawings of the proposed new building to be built at 34 Green Valley Road, I strongly oppose the proposed plans. Specifically, if this building is built as proposed, extending well past the front yard setbacks allowed under the bylaws, I will every day, as I look south, see an immense wall of that huge building, which this is extremely upsetting to me. There would be shadows across the front portion of our lawn and house. Gone would be the lovely views of our golf course I've enjoyed from our balcony all these years. Vast views from fall through spring, augmenting with greenery in the summer. This, of course, would not be the case if the building were built according to the bylaws and the character of the streetscape and community. They propose a building with 6 major variances. I feel that these requests for variation do not respect and have complete disregard for us as neighbors. Massing scale, height, reduced setback, and reduction of front open green space will obstruct our view, the views from the street, and will cast shadows. This building would not be in keeping with the prevailing setback patterns and the physical character of the houses on the street. This is in direct violation of the bylaws, which state no changes will be made through rezoning, minor variance, consent, or other public action that are out of keeping with the overall physical character of the entire neighborhood. Our home and our neighborhood for 56 years have a character, beauty, and charm, all their own, with streetscapes consisting of winding roads, many mature trees, and green front landscapes with appropriate setbacks. The bylaws are written for a reason and serve to help maintain this charm, beauty, and character. I understand those people wanting to build a new building, but I will never understand the need to build this proposed building so immense and with such significant exceedance of the bylaws. They are requesting many variances. This sets up a threat to the community and a serious situation, which is that of a precedent for our street, and of greater significance, the neighborhood. The people who live at the end of Green Valley Road and York Valley Crescent, where they form a fork towards the going towards Rosedale Golf Course have a clear vista looking down the end of Green Valley Road. The building at 34 Green Valley Road would impact that vista. But my observation is that neighbor in Hog Hollow from Green Valley Road, York Valley Crescent, Maytree, Plembridge Road, and beyond take daily walks along Green Valley Road to the end at Rosedale Golf Course. My observation is that neighbors use the Rosedale Golf Course to walk, jog, toboggan, cross-country ski in winter. For those neighbors who frequent Green Valley Road,
Madam, can you summarize, please?
Affected by the building of a Green Valley 34 Green Valley Road, which will stick out like a sore thumb.
Madam, can you summarize, please?
Respectfully request that you turn down their plans as proposed and ask that they build within the stated guidelines as set out by the bylaws.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? We'll go back to Mr. Bader. Are you there, sir?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Bader, you've seen the, you've heard the comments from the Dillons next door. If you'd like to respond to them.
Absolutely. And if I can indulge Ms. Greco to put up slide number 3 of the presentation materials that I had shared with her the other day.
You can keep talking and we'll pull up the graphic for you.
Yeah.
Okay. So the illustration that is presented in slide number 3 is effectively an illustration of the front yard setback. There's a red line that denotes the required front yard setback as per bylaw 7625, which is of course arbitrarily set at 23 meters, where again the houses predate this zoning bylaw requirement. There's a blue line that we've established, which sets out the average front yard setback of these 6 dwellings that are subject to this egregious front yard setback requirement. And as you can see, given the front yard setback of the lot at 26 Green Valley, the front yard setback of the property at 36 Green Valley, and the proposed building that we have at 34 Green Valley, there is no encumbrance in respect of views. And what we've established is a very consistent kind of built form, which is very characteristic of the neighborhood.
Okay, keep going, sir.
Those are responses to the comments received from the Dillons next door.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, there are 6 variances, and I find most of them are not minor variances. Staff recommends variance number 3, building height to be refused, but I think variance number 1, variance number 3, variance number 4, they are not minor and don't comply the zoning bylaw. Therefore, I move this application be refused.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Khan. I have a motion for Mr. Khan to refuse the application. Someone to second that? Mr. Kidd seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Sir, your application's been unanimously refused. Thank you very much, sir. Item number 43, 220 Hounslow Avenue. I have 3 people registered to speak. The agent is Glenn Rubinoff. Mr. Rubinoff, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Yes, Mr. Rubinoff. I'm just going through your file, sir. I note that there are a couple of reports here. There's a report from City Planning dated the 6th of April. They're recommending that you modify variance number 2 for the proposed side yard setback from 1.22 meters to 1.5 meters. And if this revised application is approved, staff is recommending developing the proposal substantially in accordance with the left elevation and right elevation drawings submitted to the committee, attached as attachments 1 and 2 to their report. There's also a report from Urban Forestry, which is recommending refusal due to its potential impact on a private Norway maple tree. And if it is approved, it's subject to conditions. Just wanted to ask, sir, if you've had the opportunity to read those reports.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I have. And we're agreeable with the planning requests, and the urban forestry tree can be worked around. We won't have to remove it.
Okay,
So-
that's great. Thank you, sir. I just wanted to ask if we could go to the notice. So you're proposing to change variance number 2?
It's actually variance number 3 is what they requested.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If you look in the report.
Hang on, variance number 3. Oh, hang on just a second. Yeah, sir, if Mr. Rubinoff, if you'd just like to read the change off to me.
Okay, variance, wait, what is this up here?
Okay, it's
Is this,
variance number 2, I believe.
this is 220 Hounslow?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. Variance number 2 and 3 are identical.
Hang on just a second. Just let's pull it up first. It's item number 43, 220 Hounslow Avenue.
Yes. That's correct. Variance number 2 and 3, one is for east side yard and one is for west side yard. And the city's asked for the west side yard to be adjusted to 1.5.
Yeah, let me just get their report up here.
Sure. I saw a different list there a minute ago, so.
Yeah, just a sec. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. It's variance number 3 for the west side yards. Thank you, Mr. Kidd. Variance number 3 is the one they're recommending changing. So
again, this is I'm not sure what I'm looking at here.
okay, sure.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, if I can just comment, that both variance number 2 and 3, the required minimum setback is 1.2 meters.
Mr. Kidd, if I could explain, that's actually an error. The notification, the requirement is actually 1.8 meters. It's an error on the notice, so.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Here's the notice up, Mr. Kidd. You see there's a 1.22 meter request for the east side yard setback, and variance number 3 is a 1.22 meter setback for the west side yard setback. And that's the one that planning was recommending the change for, number 3.
That's correct. And for both number 2 and 3, the required minimum side yard setback is 1.8, not 1.2, as it's indicated there.
Okay,
that's just a typo on their part.
Hang on, let's just. So variance number 3, there's a correction needs to be made that should read the required minimum side yard setback is 1.8 meters.
That's correct for number 3 and for number 2.
And for number 2. And if you could read, Mr. Rubinoff, if you could read your proposed change to variance number 3.
So variance number 3, the proposed west side yard setback to be, sorry, what are the, let's see here for a second. That it be adjusted to 1.5 meters.
Great, thank you. So variance number 3, the proposed west side yard setback increases from 1.22 meters to 1.5.
That's correct.
Yeah, and are there any other changes proposed?
No other
Okay,
changes.
thank you, sir. If you'd like to give us a brief presentation on what you see as the merits of your proposal.
Yep, we did upload a map of comparables on the street and in the area, and what we're asking for this new house is, a requested variance of proposed lot coverage of 32%, which is fairly standard in this area. Side yard setbacks, it is just a 48 and a half foot lot. The other thing that they've asked about is variance number 5. Oh yeah, anyways, we are the pink one in the middle there. So there's several rebuilds in the area with comparables to what we're proposing. Variance number 5 that was indicated there is related to wall height, and wall height is only referring to the windows that project above the eave line. So it's just, and that's why they've asked us to tie to the east and west, or I believe it's the left, right, east and west elevation drawing to reflect the fact that it's not the whole wall height that's going up, just the areas for the windows. So I think this is a fairly straightforward application. We do have a small projection for the garage into the side yard, the 1.2 on the one side, and the other side, we've adjusted that to 1.5 as per planning's request. So we're just following what planning's asked us to do here. And there's a tree in the backyard. These are comparable, these photos here. There's a tree in the backyard beyond the deck, which can easily be adapted to not impact that tree at all. So we will make that effort to modify that so there's no impact.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rubinoff. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go to the next person on the list. I have a David Cox. Are you there, sir?
There's no David in the attendees list.
Okay, so we'll take him off the list. Go to the next person on the list, Tom Cloutier. Are you there? Tom Cloutier, are you there?
Yes, I am here. It's Tom Cloutier, and I'm at 218 Hounslow.
Thank you, sir. If you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application.
Just two things. One is the revision that Mr. Rubinoff just mentioned there about the setback on the west side. So we're located on the east side, and he did mention that it was because of the garage was still going to be 1.22. I'd like to ask him, what is the setback to the house from the property line, and how far back from the garage will that be? In other words, I know that the garage is at the front of the home. I'd like to know what the setback will be at the back of the home to my property line. And then the other one is around I was a little confused as what he was saying with respect to the elevation, the height to the top of the window. If you could explain what that actually means. I'd like to know what the actual complete height of the house is relative to what the bylaw is, because it is in excess of what the bylaw is. And also a comment on that is, would it be possible, if they want to keep that height, to dig the foundation a little bit lower? Because as it stands now, the crown of the land is quite high versus street level, at curb level. So there is a lot of space where they could go down and make the foundation deeper and still maintain the interior height of the building.
Okay, thank you. We'll ask, he can answer those when he comes back. I'll just ask, is there anything else you'd like to add, sir?
No, that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, we'll go back to Mr. Rubinoff. Mr. Rubinoff, are you there?
Yes, I am. So, thank you, Mr. Chair. So if we go to the elevation plan showing the side elevations, that might address the height concern expressed. So the overall, under the new bylaw, we are compliant with the overall height. As far as the wall height, we are at 7.5 meters for the majority of the roof. We have a small cutout for a window that goes above the eaves. If you could illustrate the side elevation sheet that we submitted, side view. There, that's a good example right there. That window right there, that's what the variance is for. It's for that little raised area. It's the majority of the roof eaves line is compliant. And it's the same on the other side as well. There's another window on the other side as well. So this is the Yeah, there's a two right there, the bathroom and a bedroom. As far as the question about the setback, so the garage portion is at 1.2 as soon as the garage ends, which is more or less near where the where his house is kind of popping out towards the side yard. That's where we step back to 5 feet, so 1.5 meters. Which is again what the city's standard that they've requested us to be at. They were happy with the 1.5 for the majority of the house and only 1.2 for the garage portion. So about half the house is at the 1.2 and the other half behind it is at the 1.5. I think those were the questions he had.
Oh, yes,
There's
thank you,
anything
sir.
else?
Just one question I had, Mr. Rubinoff. The height of the building, does the height of the building comply with 569-2013?
That's correct. It complies with the new bylaw. The old bylaw is quite a big drop down to the road, and that's why there's a variance for it. But our intention, of course, is to comply with the new bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, the variance is for the old obsolete North York bylaw.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, we have no more speakers on this. That's both of them. If I could get a motion on this application, please. This revised application, please note that variance number 3 has been changed. The proposed west side yard setback is 1.22 meters. That has been increased to 1.5 meters. If I could get a motion on the revised application, please. Mr. Kidd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I accept the explanation provided by the agent. I'd like to, I think the proposal as amended meets the 4 tests for minor variance, and I'd like to put forward a motion to accept the application subject to the conditions set out in the planning staff report dated April the 6th, 2022, and subject to forestry condition.
Thank you, Mr. Kidd. Someone to second that? Mr. Hunt seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Sir, your revised application has been unanimously approved, subject to urban forestry and city planning conditions. Now on item number 44, 26 York Road. I have one person registered to speak. A Bing Ling Wang, are you there?
Bing is not on the...
Oh, I'm sorry, Bing Ling, are you there?
Bing is not currently on the attendees list, however, the agent, Giorgio, is.
Yeah, I'm sorry, hang on, yeah. Giorgio Lolos, are you there?
Correct, I am, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir. Can I get your full name and address?
Giorgio Lolos, 220 Duncan Mills Road.
Okay, thank you, sir. I just wanted to ask, I've gone through your application, through your file. I note that there are a couple of staff reports here. There's one from Transportation Services dated 7th of April. They have no objections to the proposed driveway location. We have a city planning report dated the 7th of April of this year. They have no objections to your application, provided the building length and building depth are developed substantially in accordance with the site plan drawing attached to their report. And Forestry wants you to redesign the driveway to retain the 45-centimeter crabapple tree on Fenn Avenue. And then if it's approved, subject to conditions. So I just wanted to ask, have you read all those reports, sir?
Yes, I have, Mr. Chairman, we have.
Okay. Just to ask, is it possible to redesign the driveway to retain the crabapple tree?
It's gonna take some more. It's gonna take a little bit of work. It's gonna be difficult. The question here is what will they accept in relation to because actually one of our doors is actually flanking it. So it's gonna be very difficult. We only have 7 meters of frontage there. We can probably stay away about a meter from it, from the center, from the outside diameter of the tree, which is approximately 35 centimeters in diameter. We'll have to work with forestry. I guess we're going to have to more likely look at how we excavate. Maybe we can do hydro vacuum or something like that. Maybe some curable sort of driveway pavers. We'll have to work with forestry. So we really have no option but to work with them.
Okay, thank you. I will just ask, it's pretty clear what you're asking for in the variances that we have before us. We have no other persons registered to speak. So I'll just ask, is there anything you'd like to tell the committee that isn't contained in the material we have before us this afternoon?
No, the only thing that's not contained is just that the homeowners have been there for 7 years.
Right now.
They've verbally sort of discussed all the abutting neighbors, and they all have verbal supports from the neighbors.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Ms. Sankar?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, I do believe that, the application meets the 4 tests. I'll put forward a motion to approve this application. I'll make it subject to the April 7th. I think it's April 7th staff report.
That's from city planning.
Yeah, city planning, that the length and depth be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan drawing. There's no objections from transport, and it'll be subject to, that's it.
And urban forestry.
I don't seem to have a
It had it in there.
But it is in there. Okay, no problem.
Someone to second Ms. Sankar's motion? Mr. Hunt seconds. All those in favor? The motion carries unanimously, sir. Your application is unanimously approved, subject to urban forestry and city planning conditions. Okay. Would anybody like a break? Just brief? Okay, we'll keep going then. Item number 45, 165 Gulfdale Road. I have 4 people registered to speak. No, pardon me. 7 people registered to speak. I have, the agent is Lorne Rose. Are you there, sir?
It was 388 Spadina Road.
Yes, thank you, sir. Just going through your file here, I note that there's a report from City Planning dated April 7th. They have no objections to your application, provided that the building length and building depth are developed substantially in accordance with the site plan drawing attached to their report. I just wanted to ask, sir, if you've had the opportunity to read that report.
Yes, I have, and I absolutely agree with it.
Okay, thank you. I note that we have people here who want to depute on your application, so if you'd like to give the committee a brief presentation on what you see as the merits of your proposal.
Sure, I will. I will say that we did our research and our outreach to everyone in the neighborhood. We reached out to the councillor's office and the Ratepayers Association over 6 weeks ago. Funny enough, ratepayers said that they had no objection, but then wrote a letter last minute. Councillor never returned a response, even though they said they would. You will note that there are 10 letters of objection. But I will also note that there are 19 letters of support. We would have more support, but there are many neighbors in the area who were concerned about repercussions from the objectors that they just abstained. So there's really 2 issues here. The first variance is for the width of the front stairs, and no one's objecting to that. If staff would put up the site plan, please. The 2 issues are length and density. Those are the only variances we're asking. One's for length, one's from depth. You will see shortly that the length we're asking for, 19.76 and 20.06, is only for the area underground. The building, if we can get that site plan up, you will see that the building is actually more than a meter less or 3 meters less than the bylaw allows. It's 15.9 meters in length. We're not 17 meters. We don't have a 1-story, 2-meter projection. We're 15.9 meters long. The terrace is excavated, and that is what gives us the extra length. That only affects the worms. It doesn't affect the neighborhood. And then the other topic, I guess, is density. And as our chair so clearly said previously, that you don't work on precedent. So unfortunately, I think that's what you're going to hear a lot about. So I could wait to do that, or just say that there have been several approvals in the immediate area that this committee recently has approved over 60%, one at 68% right behind. So if staff can put up my streetscape, that would be quite helpful, because I'm going to suggest that this house is, it's not a big house at 3,750 square feet. The lots on the north side are bigger, and so there are larger houses in gross floor area on the other side of the street. But this is a very understated house. Our first floor, can you find the streetscape? Our first floor, the proposed first floor is 1.5 feet lower than the existing first floor. The height is lower than the permitted height. Our house is in the middle here. And our height of our side walls is 1.2 meters lower than we're permitted. Joking aside, you know me, it's very rare that I don't come for a height variance of some sort. What I really want to point out here, and if you could see me in person, you'd see me puffing up side of my face. I want to describe our house as very simple and understated. And if you look at the roof lines of the houses beside, the image I want you to think of is a cobra who's threatened, feels threatened. He'll puff up his cheeks to look more threatening. I ask you, how is this house at 165 more threatening than these houses that have larger looking mass than what we're proposing? I say this is a very understated house. Yes, it has a 60% density, but there's no impact on the neighborhood with that number. We don't have a length variance. We don't have a height variance. And some of these other approvals that have gone on in the neighborhood do have these things. This is a very simple application. It does have a little bit higher density, but not anything higher than what's been approved in the neighborhood. And that is clearly defined by the fact that planning supports this application. I can answer any other questions you have, and I'll wait to see what.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rose. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sir, my question is related to variance number 4.
Yes.
FSI 0.60, allowable is 0.35, which is 42% more. How can you justify this is a minor variance?
Because this committee, your very committee, has approved applications of 62 of them on the street. You approved 68% in the lot right behind, and planning staff has vetted this. While you, as a committee, may not consider precedent, it's the only thing that the planning department considers. And with their support, they've done a thorough investigation, and it does meet the intent of the bylaw. And it is in keeping with proposals that this committee has approved. You see it all over the city where, you're getting 65, 80% in other parts of neighborhoods. So the percentage that it's over 35% isn't an indication of how big a house is. There's no impact on density. Talk about length, width, height, no problem. But you can't, if I were to put a 2-story space in there, the density would come down, but the house would look exactly the same. There's no impact on the neighborhood from this density.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rose. Does the committee have any further questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go to the next person on the list. I have Ronald Dimmock, D-I-M-O-C-K. Are you there?
I am indeed. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can hear you, sir. Can I get your address?
Yes, it's 173 Golfdale Road in Toronto, and I'm 2 houses to the east of this development. I've resided. Thank you very much for hearing me, and thank you for your patience this afternoon and not wanting to have another break. I've lived in this house for over 35 years, so I'm one of the older ones in the neighborhood, and I've seen a great deal of development take place, but none as large as this one. Mr. Rose may say that there's development behind us, but that's on Snowden, which the lots are a lot smaller than the ones on Golfdale. So his reliance on anything on Snowden, I say, is misplaced. And anyways, as you say, there's no precedent, but there is context that should be applied here. And to give you examples, that my neighbor immediately to my west at 169 Golfdale, which is adjacent to the planned development, asked for a 0.65, a 0.56 FSI 6 years ago, and was turned down, was given 0.51. I know it's not a precedent, but that's the context. Immediately to my east, about 3 years ago, a developer wanted to demolish and build a new home. He worked with us, and we agreed on an FSI of 0.504. So on both sides of my home, we've got FSIs of around 0.50. So this house, 2 houses to the east, to the west of mine, is an outlier when you look at the context. Now, I wanted to talk about the consultation. Mr. Rose did not consult me, and as far as I know, did not consult any of the residents who filed letters of opposition. The only consultation he made, as far as I know, is with, at the last moment when he realized there were oppositions taken to the building, and he went out and he got these so-called petitions. But we don't know what was said to those so-called petitioners, and we don't know what was shown or said or anything like that. So I know this is not a court of law where there's strict rules of evidence, but to be fair, and for Mr. Rose to rely on them, I think is misplaced, because we don't know what was said or what was shown. And he can't give hearsay as to why he didn't get other letters, and he said he got letters supporting this. I haven't seen a letter at all supporting it, only this sheet, which is a so-called petition sheet. You do have letters of opposition from the number of residents that you might hear from some of them in a few moments. So to conclude, and I don't want to take up any more time at this late in the day, but to approve this FSI of 0.6 would be to create an outlier, be it neighborhood. Number 2, it would be disproportionate and out of character for the rest of the street. And so, in short, I know I still have a minute and a half to go, but and I'll finish before then. I want to be very emphatic that to accept this application at 0.6 would be to create I'm not suggesting a precedent, but would allow others to be emboldened to build as big a home on the street elsewhere. And so I'm not suggesting that it be 0.5 like the house next to me on one side or on the other, but to be at 0.6, I say, is really disproportionate development for Golfdale, which is a street that's been got a certain character that would be diminished by having the size of this home. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Being none, our next speaker on the list is Marcia Giffen. Are you there?
There's no Marcia on the attendees list. However, there's someone listed as M.
Are they there?
M, you're unmuted.
Hello, madam. Are you there? Hello? Take them off the list. Next person on the list is, I have Chung Goldfarb. Are you there? Andrew Goldfarb?
There's no Chung, Andrew, nor Belinda on the attendees list.
Okay, I'll take them off the list. Next person on the list, I have a Bizad Lotfi. Are you there?
There is no Bazad on the attendees list.
Take him off the list. Last one person on the list, I have a Valerie or Graham Downey. Valerie or Graham?
Sorry. Yeah, my husband Graham's going to discuss it with you. Thank you.
Can I get your full name and address, please?
Graham. Oh.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, can I get your full
Can you hear
name
me?
and address?
Yeah, Graham Downey, 169 Golfdale Road, Toronto.
Okay, thank you. If you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application.
Yeah, hi, good evening. I'm in the property directly adjacent to the developed or proposed property. I know that there's a lot of discussion around the petition. I just wanted to address that we did follow up with some of the people asking why they supported the development. And one, the addresses were not immediately adjacent properties. And two, the people said, well, we were just showing a picture and what the house would look like. We didn't understand the impact. So that kind of gives a little context behind that. So what I'd like to do is I'm proposed against these. The local councillor is also against these. She sent a letter in there that's in the files. And the reason is because I don't feel it meets the test of minor. And the reason is I'm going to deal with the building depth and length. So the depth of the building is over 1 meter beyond what is allowed. The building length is almost 3 meters longer than what is allowed. I know he said there's no variance, but that to me seems like a variance. What it does is actually brings the back of the dwelling beside us past the back of our home, which we actually have already developed. So it's a large extension. One, will bring it back well beyond the house that's to the west of us, and then it will bring the back of that house beyond our property. So in the afternoon, we get impacted with shadowing and lack of sun. Not only that, we have a view and sight line now of a brick wall on our back deck. So I consider something that's 3 meters beyond what is allowed not a minor variance. The second thing I'd like to address is also the SFI. Now, 0.6 is excessive. When you start getting to something that is almost double what the zoning allows, I can't see that classified as a minor variance. As was already stated by the previous person, we were approved at our house when we did our addition at a variance at a 0.51. And why we were treated that way is they said that kept it within the character of the neighborhood. And that's really what bylaws and zoning are to achieve. In fact, on an application that occurred just before ours for Teddington, the architect there said that the 0.52 was being sought because that was appropriate for the development of this area, for this zoning. So another architect actually stated that within that range of around 0.5, that's what's appropriate. So what I ask is that the committee approve, one, to have that house not extend back beyond the back wall of our dwelling, so it's at least at the very least in line, and to bring the SFI down to really what is appropriate for the area and in line with what we were approved for our addition. Thank you.
Okay, so I just wanted to ask, did you have the opportunity to read the city planning report?
Yes, I did.
Did you read the part where it says the proposed building length and depth include an excavated rear terrace? The above grade portions of the dwelling meet the building length and depth requirements of the zoning bylaw?
Yes, I did, but it's still, why is there a
Okay,
variance
thank you, sir.
listed?
Thank you. Does the committee have any
Hold
further
on, don't cut
questions
me
of the
off,
speaker?
please. Hey, excuse me.
Well, what would you
Can
like
I
to
just-
say?
I just-
How do you respond to that?
And the back wall extends past ours. I don't think it's an unreasonable request to allow to say alignment of the back walls would be reasonable.
Okay, but you understand what they're saying?
I understand it, yes.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any further questions of the speaker? There being none, there's a next person is a Scott Stevens. Do we have a Scott Stevens?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir. Can I get your address?
Yes, 46 Golfdale Road.
Okay, if you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I appreciate it. The TPRA is opposed to this application because of the excessive FSI. The TPRA and the residents adjacent to 191 Golfdale, which is located 8 houses to the east of 165, retained Terry Mills, who's a registered planner, to conduct planning evidence for all of the lots on the 2 blocks of Golfdale Road east of Mount Pleasant in February of this year. And if I can just get you to put up the graphic I've got of the FSIs on Golfdale, it's on page 2 of my letter, of the TPRA letter. This was in conjunction with the C of A application for 191 Golfdale. And the data gathered for that file identified that the predominant, most frequent density within the immediate block length that this application of 165 Golfdale's on is just under 0.50. There are 16 houses with FSIs between the size of 0.45 and 0.55. This is the predominant house density on this part of Golfdale. There are only 4 houses with FSIs over 0.55 and only 1 house with an FSI of greater than 0.6, as proposed by the applicant. So as you can see by those ratios, this 0.6 is clearly an outlier on this part of Golfdale. 3 of the adjacent residents have redeveloped their properties within the last few years, and they were required to limit their sizes to close to 0.5. So we feel that to grant this applicant an approval of a 0.6 would be showing preferential treatment and would be prejudicial to the adjacent property owners. So the TPRA's conclusion that this FSI variance is not minor is based on the testimony of the adjacent residents you've heard this afternoon, 9 letters of objection from residents on this block of Golfdale, and the letter of objection from Jay Robinson. So it's on the basis of this that the TPRA concludes that this application fails the 4 planning tests and should be refused. And if I can just finish with this statement, Mr. Chair. The residents of Golfdale Road in the vicinity of 165 and the TPRA understand that there's quite a significant difference between the proposed 0.6 and the prevailing FSI of 0.5. But in recognition of seeking a compromise by the applicant, we would be agreeable to coming up with some form of negotiated settlement to prevent us from having to either go through an appeal or a new application by the applicant. So thank you for listening to me, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, we'll go back to Mr. Rose. Are you there, sir?
Yes, I am. I'll start out with the Ratepayers Association. And the first speaker both used the term outlier. Actually, and the evidence is here. And as you don't care about the precedents, it's not important, but they keep bringing it up. How can it be an outlier if 130 Golfdale and 105 Golfdale have been approved recently at 60%? Most importantly, the neighbor next door, Val and Graham, you have a letter from me that I submitted where they supported the neighbor right behind them at 68%. And furthermore to that, people in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. If you can put up my site plan, please. Graham and Val, the next door neighbor, when they did their addition, they're complaining that we're going beyond the back wall of their house. When they did their addition, they had no problem going 15 feet beyond the depth of the present house that's there now. And yet, when we're asking to go 5 feet past their house, they're objecting. I don't think that's really fair. We don't have a length variance. People are talking about this density as having impact, but nobody said anything about what the impact was. They're only worried about precedents. And this committee does not take precedents into consideration. Having said that, the planning department does. And furthermore, I don't think I said this, but the people that the Ratepayers Association are saying objected, the Ratepayers Association, the counselor, and the neighbors. None of them have planning credentials, but the city planner does. And the city planner has no objection to this. So I'd say to you that based on the streetscape and the length, width, and depth of this house, with no other variances, this is very much in keeping with development in Toronto, in this area, and is worthy of your approval and meets the 4 tests of the Planning Act as stated, with the conditions granted of the planning department. I also want to say I take great offense to accusations, which, by the way, was all hearsay, about how we approach the neighbors. My client went door to door. Many of these people refused to speak to my client. So we absolutely talked about the variances, and for them to say otherwise is absolutely bullying. And that's my submission.
Okay, thank you, sir. I just wanted to for you to clarify, just to be clear.
Yeah.
There are no other variances required. Your proposal, with the exception of these variances 2, 3, and 4, and 1, everything else complies with respect to 569-2013. There's no bylaw, no variance required for a height or setback or rear yard, front yard setback, stuff like that.
We're way under height. We're way under that. Landscaping, everything we comply with. You know me, I don't come to applications this simple, to you with applications this simple.
Okay,
This is not a large house.
Okay, thank you, sir. I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have heard a lot of comments, and I also respect staff recommendations, whatever they have made. But to me, variance number 4, which is 0.60 area of the lot, exceed 42%, way beyond the allowable maximum. And this is not a minor variance to me. And therefore, I move that this variance be refused.
Okay, I have a motion from Mr. Khan to refuse the application. Could I have someone to second that? That motion does not carry. Can I get another motion, please? Mr. Kidd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, a very contentious application. We've heard a lot of back and forth from the neighbors and from the applicant. And in a situation like that, I will often refer to the planning report for their expert advice on the situation. And reading from their reading from the planning report, it says city planning staff have no objection to the proposed variances. So based on that, I'm going to put forward a motion to accept the application with the condition that that the building length and building depth be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan drawing attached to the city staff planning report dated April 7, 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Kidd. Someone to second that motion? Ms. Sankar seconds. All those in favor? Opposed? Mr. Khan dissenting. That motion carries. Sir, your application's been approved, subject to city planning conditions. We're on to our last item of the evening, item number 46, 40 Chatfield Drive. I have 2 people registered to speak. Glenn Rubinoff, you're last man, first man in, last man out. How are you? You're still there?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay. We have, like I said, Mr. Rubinoff, you have one variance before us related to lot coverage. I guess if you could give us a very brief presentation on what you see as the merits of your proposed variance.
Sure, thank you very much. So yes, this house,
Mr. Chair, we actually do not have the other speaker on the call.
Yeah, there is, but that's.
Yeah, they're not on the call though.
Oh, they're not. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you, thank you. Now, Mr.
I am the
Rubinoff,
last
you're the
man
only person here. My apologies. So I note
No
that
worries.
there, with your file, we have only a recommended condition from urban forestry.
Yeah.
You have the one variance before us for coverage. It's very clear what you're asking for.
Yeah.
I just wanted to know, is there anything you want to tell the committee that isn't contained in the material we have before us this evening?
But just to clarify that, it's for a cabana in the backyard, and it's for 3%, 3.1%. It's, I think it's a minor variance, and there are other homes in the immediate area which have homes which are bigger than that. So, yeah, bigger than the overall coverage that we're asking for. So I feel that this is just an opportunity for them to enjoy their backyard and with a cabana.
Okay.
And it's a minor.
Thank you
minor
very
item.
much, Mr. Rubinoff. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I find this one is a minor variance and complies with the zoning bylaw. I move for approval with the forestry conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. Someone to second that? Mr. Hunt seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously, sir. Your application is unanimously approved, subject to urban forestry conditions.
Thank you very much, and have a wonderful holiday.
Thank you, sir. Committee members, if I could get a motion to adjourn. Mr. Khan, thank you very much. Again, thank you for your patience, folks, and have a great evening.
Thank you, and thanks staff for their hard work.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.